What's going on, guys, and welcome to another STEELEPLAY. This time I'm going to be going live, and we are going to be covering whether or not Final Fantasy 16 is good or is it bad. Okay, so let's just get right into it. I have a melted ice cream, so I'm going to have to put it back in the freezer, and who knows if it's going to come out nice or not. I mean, that's going to be a bad one. I don't know, my cat's just looking at me, but yeah, we're gonna determine whether or not the game is good or is it bad. I'm gonna be honest with you right now. The answer is gonna be hard to come to a verdict with it because it is both good and bad. Hi, Mom. So the answer could be the answer to the question whether it's good or bad, it varies. So first we take a look at the story. What makes a good Final Fantasy? I mean, ultimately, what makes a Final Fantasy good? I think generally we all can agree that it's story, its battle system, and overall its uniqueness. You know, how unique it is from the previous Final Fantasy. Because Final Fantasy's always set the bar to be completely different than its predecessor. Even though the Golden Age did feature the ATB in almost every single game. Meaning 6, 7, 8, and 9 all had the active time. They all use the ATB. Different systems, but they all use the ATB system. You know, ATB battle mechanic. Although the overall battles and the setups were very different. So, and then it wasn't until 10 and 12 that they actually started changing things up again. But both great games. I'd have to consider them a part of the Golden Age as well, if I'm being honest. Because 12 was one of those games where it was, good or bad, and in fact, it's beyond good. It's excellent, actually. 12 is an amazing feat for Final Fantasy and its growth. I mean, in fact, 16 follows in its footsteps to a degree, with how it has an open world with different zones. So in the respect of its story, I'd say 16 does actually have a good story. Its story's good. It's solid. And if you really, really, really pay attention to what's going on, politically speaking, and overall personal life, to the main, protagonist, Clive Rossfield, you'll be able to get through all these different antagonists and find out which ones are the primary ones, the roles of each character, and see who is the big bad, who was the big bad in this game. We've had big bads in almost every Final Fantasy. That doesn't merely make them the main antagonist. So main antagonist usually is a foil to the protagonist. For example, we had in 10, this is a good example, 10 featured Jekt, and it also featured Seymour. Seymour being the foil to Yuna, as Jekt being the foil to Tidus. Now that we clear that out of the way, we know that Yu Yevon is a mindless puppet, so he's useless. And then of course we go to 7. This is a more clear-cut example, which just presents the antagonist, very simple. Big bad, very simple. Big bad is Genova. The antagonist, which is the foil to the protagonist, is first class soldier who went AWOL, missing. It was Sephiroth. I'm not really sure what his last name is. First class soldier Sephiroth. I guess it's whatever Hojo's last name is. His last name could be Gast, though, if he was born, or Valentine, if any of the rumors are true. But I don't want to get into that. That's a complicated question. And technically, he doesn't really have a mother. Since Genova was... Well, he does have a mother, though. That's not really true. It's Hojo's mother. It's Hojo's wife. Hojo's mother. Hojo's wife is the carrier of Sephiroth. I'm pretty sure on that. Again, this isn't a 7 dissection. We're not going to be dissecting 7. It's a good game.
I still can't quite believe it.
This is about 16, and I think 16 thrives in its world exploration. I think it makes the player want to explore the world, because it does have a unique flair to it, which is sort of like a Final Fantasy IV, like a medieval world, you know, surrounded by castles, or even like that of Tactics. It's like a Middle Ages story, and with it, there's a lack of, you know, modern technology, so it's more of an older, primitive world that is surrounded by this fallen civilization that was once thriving and was far ahead of the people of this current time, using probably a different calendar and whatnot, the fallen. And Ultima happens to be one of them, and he plays the big bad of this game. Now, spoiler alert, who is the main antagonist? It's Annabella. Now, we have opening, there's a lot of antagonists in this game, that's why you have to kind of pay attention. Who is the main one? Like Dice Dog was the main antagonist in Tactics, is pretty obvious, because he is the brother of, and murderer of the, you know, the father, Ramses' father. He was a stain and a shame on the Belva family. Beowulf was supposed to be the House Belve, or House Bolv. I'm not sure. I think it's Bolv or Bolve. House Ramza Belve. Or Ramza Bolv. I think it's Belve though. Dice Star Belve. Or Beowulf. I think it's Beowulf. Yeah, it's Beowulf. Ramza Beowulf. Regardless, the House Beowulf was a leader of men and knights. And the father was dying, and then, you know, Dice Dog fucking poisons him and kills him. Again, the reason I bring up Tactics and its array of different enemies is because this game follows suit in a very, very similar manner. So therefore you have Benedicta, the opening stinger, which was done really well because it gets you, it draws you in, you know, and I think the story was at its tightest in the beginning of the game. That's just for me personally. I think toward the end of the game they stretch it out a bit too much and it becomes hunting, just for, you're hunting out fetch quests basically. I mean, PlayStation thinks I'm talking to it because of what I said. Happens all the time. Anyway, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I want you guys to understand that there are definitely a lot of antagonists in this game, similar to that of Tactics. And to find out who really is the antagonist, you'd be surprised, but it's actually Annabella. Annabella the Viceroy. She is and plays the overall main antagonist, the foil to our protagonist. You know, a traitorous mother who is furious at her son because he didn't receive the blessing of the Phoenix when he was supposed to, and looks at him as a stain on the family of the Rossfields, House Rossfield. And so I guess, will distance himself from his mother because his mother looked down upon him and ultimately didn't really love him anymore. She was weak-minded and her will was as weak as her mind, so she was very easy to, because the way she thought, you know, Annabella thought twisted. Her mindset was backwards. She thought she was supposed to serve the country and the icons, the dominance, whatever, but they call the icons, so let's go for the icons. She thought she was supposed to honor the fallen civilization of her country and do what they say, as opposed to protecting the people that make up the country. So she had a twisted mindset, and Ultima was really easy pickings for him to take Annabella and use her against, you know, the creature he's trying to create, the perfection of the being, which is mythos. And I don't know. I think Annabella plays the kooky, like, well, you could just tell she's villainous, she's traitorous, she's, you know, very cunning, and And although she plays a backseat sort of villain, she definitely is the main antagonist of the game. She foils Clive in almost every way, from the beginning of the game to the very, very, very end, late game. Not the end of the game, but the late game. The late game focuses more on the big bad, ultimately, as we saw, well, we actually fought Necrophobe right before the encounter, and spoiler alert, suicide of Annabella Lesage, or Rossfield, because when she got back to reality and reality snapped in, she just couldn't bear it, and she cuts her, she basically slashes her neck, cuts her neck, and kills herself. Very, very disturbing for a Final Fantasy game, and it was quite a shocker to have a main antagonist that we actually never truly fight, face to face. Because, let's face it, I've looked at all the, antagonists in the game: Benedicta, Hugo Kuka, Barnabas Thorm, Annabella, and the big bad, which we already know, Ultima. Oh, and now, obviously Ultima plays the big bad in this game, who's the ultimate bad guy, but we're not discerning that. We're going to discern the main antagonist, which is Annabella. I really appreciate that they used a woman again this time, because we don't really get a lot of female antagonists, the main antagonist, that is primary antagonist to the protagonist. It's always guys, it's always dudes. I mean, except for, I guess, in 10, where there were two main antagonists, Seymour and Jecht, and the big bad being Sin. But, I think that was well, 10 and 10 is without a doubt one of the best games of the franchise. We all know that. Even with its quirky voice acting, it's still pushed it to the limit, man. It's insanely good. Excuse my language, but tight as fuck. I mean, it's an amazing game. From beginning to end. With this game, though, going back to the story, it has a great story. In fact, one of the better stories, with a female antagonist, not only in the end, but in the beginning as well. And yes, the big bad is a dude, but he's like a demonic creature. Though to have the main antagonist be, the protagonist's very own mother is something very different that we've never seen before in the franchise. And again, to also have the Stinger, again, as a female, it really gives power to equaling out the franchise's, main ensemble. With it, this time, they added in some female characters that, pose a threat, and also with the party member as well. I mean, you get Shiva, and Shiva is a female, and so is Garuda. So, again, the party members in this game are the equivalent to that of your icons. I mean, when we start getting into this territory, we're going to start talking about, character and combat depth, I guess, mainly combat. And the depth is very shallow. I will say the game is at its weakest when we're talking about combat depth. It's not really that depth. It doesn't have a lot of depth. It's very shallow in that it follows a story-driven action type genre. And this means that if you're not into flashy, good-looking special effects type attacks, and you're just not worrying about too much about strategy and just more about, again, flashiness and that kind of stuff, and story, of course, because a lot of the battles, they are story driven, just like the entire game is. With this game, at least, it's story driven, but it's semi-open world in that it goes 12 style, where it gives you different zones to explore. Although it's the opposite of 12 when it comes to combat depth, because 12's combat depth was over the moon. It was one of the most strategic Final Fantasy games to ever be released, I think. Especially the Zodiac Age. I mean, when you're talking about combat depth, 10 and 12 both had it in spades. Let's just put it this way, the combat depth is not exactly up to snuff with most Final Fantasy games, and that's why it lowers it down to the 8 category as opposed to the 9 category. we can't really say that this was a great Final Fantasy, but can we say it's a good Final Fantasy? I've replayed it, and again, it really is a good opening. The opening of the game is really good, and the story is solid for a good while. Until you get toward the end, and it seems to drag on a bit. There seems to be a lot of fetch quests toward the end. There are some reasons as to why this game failed in being great. But can I say it was good? Yeah, although I think the game deserved more. I mean, God, I mean, there isn't even elements in this game. Despite saying that you change elemental aspect, there really is no elements. This wind attack, ice attack, or it doesn't matter. It's all the same. The only difference is magic, which has more damage to the stagger bar, and physical, which again, it just does more damage as opposed to stagger. The game's combat system, unfortunately, revolves around how much damage you could fit into a period of stagger. And in order to stagger, you don't even stagger these type of enemies, so you may as well just go ham on them. And again, use your equipped icons. So your party members, basically. But I just look at magic as a ranged way of doing damage. And then Torgal can always assist. I mean, he's there for a reason, right? Well, there you go. I mean, so I guess the verdict comes down to why was the combat system so shallow? It's a very good question because the story is really good and there's a lot of interesting characters, memorable and whatnot. And there's a lot of good ideas here, like Torgal being able to assist. Why did they remove integral things that the game could have really used to excel itself in terms of, you know, how good of a Final Fantasy it would have been? I mean, geez, even action games have debuffs. Okay. I guess that's what I wonder mainly with Final Fantasy 16 specifically. Why didn't it get any treatment in terms of its combat? Why is it so base? You know, what's the deal with that? I mean, why did they have to make it so base? Is there a reason why they'd make it so base? I mean, you'd think there's gotta be a reason. I mean, just watch when you go into combat. Enemies with no stagger bar, it really just means that magic is either a range attack, and melees are just a regular attack. And then of course you have Torgal, which I'm not sure if petting really does anything, but I would imagine that petting would be for increased crit rate. Because why else would it be? Why else would they have it? Just to waste your time? But then again, I wouldn't be surprised because this game's combat system is really lacking severely. See, that's what you can do. And you can also do whatever your icon, their feet, I guess. Like hers is a dodge that could leave enemies with permafrost in their wake when she does it during a precision dodge. And that's another thing too, they didn't even give you the option to just have it in the settings, wait mode or active mode, which almost every Final Fantasy has. Instead, they make you force an accessory slot because you want to play in wait mode. I mean, you see this. See how I have a clock up there? Like, why would that be in a ring? The other rings, I could see why they're rings, but for the ring of focus, it's not really cool. That's bullshit, man. Like, that's a Final Fantasy staple, whether or not you want to play in time, you know, active mode or wait mode. Like, think about 12. 12 has it active mode or wait mode. I mean, shit. Every fucking Final Fantasy has that, and that's another thing too. Its combat is really what makes it sink. The combat really sinks this game down to an 8, man. I wouldn't even give it an 8.6. I'd give it lower than an 8.6. But is the game good? Ultimately, verdict-wise, since the characters are deep, they put a lot of depth into the characters. They put a lot of depth into choosing who would play who in terms of the roles, how they narratively put the game together. It opens up well with a really solid stinger, a really good prologue that goes into and explains, you know, the characters themselves, and then years later, you know, you start to. It's not just a prologue; it's a part of the game, but they do such a good job with it that it makes character development soar so high that it's almost a shame that this battle system doesn't have a little bit more depth to it, and it falls really all just onto the story. And it's a shame because the story is actually good. You know, it's not a bad story. It's a classic Final Fantasy, you know, story that explains, you know, that we have to kill these crystals because they're sucking life out of the very planet that they live on, which is Celestia. And you know, the story thrives on these characters and how much development went into the characters. And like that of Final Fantasy XII, it has a very political but yet also personal story that starts off with facing the guilt of having accidentally killed your own brother, to working aside with that very same person, realizing you didn't kill him and he's still alive, and now you actually have something bigger to worry about, and you know, he's there by your side helping you, you know, take down this big, you know, monstrosity, this big looming darkness that this thing called Ultima is going to bring forth and end the world, or whatever it wants to do. But ultimately, it's Clive, and that's why he wasn't chosen as the Phoenix, you know, because apparently Ultima wanted to channel his icon, which is the original. I guess they were the Fallen. There's a lot of information that we really don't know about them. And apparently, the Fallen, well, Ultima was one of them, like similar to a Yu Yevon situation, like with the whole Xanarkand and the people that are there. And it's a very similar situation in a sense. Or like in 9, with the Fallen, you know, civilization of Terra. You know, and it's Zidane to be the perfect vessel. So it does follow the story of older Final Fantasies about the crystals. Instead, this one is like the crystals no more. We've got to get rid of the crystals. But it has a story similar to that of the Greats, you know, of destroying the crystals this time, but it still revolves around the crystals. And because they did a lot of good, you know, a lot of work, because they put in a lot of work, I should say, so much work went into the development of the characters, that the story is not just good because it's a good story, but also because they managed to weave in a personalized story about the character, the main character, Clive Rossfield, while also delivering a political and, you know, very medieval like slash fantasy type of narrative, and that was beautiful, because a lot of games suffer because of the lack of character development, like that of 12, for example. 12's character development wasn't up to snuff with other games like 10. 10 sacrificed the political type story, you know, political fantasy, for a more personalized story and journey with, you know, Tidus and coming to his realization of what you know, he really is and his purpose, etc. And same thing with Yuna. But when it comes to political and, you know, the fantasy element, it was more toned down a bit, you know, meaning that the fantasy political type of stories that we had in the past, it's like 9, um, let's see, 7 didn't do this. Well, 7 tried to do it kind of. 7 was one of those games that kind of did both. It concentrated on a planet called Gaia, starting up small, of course, but some Final Fantasies can manage to do that, where they shoot out 2 loads, a political and personal. Like, you know, some games are different though, like 13 was more personalized, 10 was more personalized, 7 more personalized, 9 political, 12 political. This one political and personalized. It managed to do both, which feels kind of weird at first, but you'll sort of see that it's a bit more political than personalized though, because you have to choose which way you're going to go, as this game does try to do both, and I think that could hinder it a little bit, but people have been complaining about things like 12. Well, the game isn't personalized enough, and you gotta figure, a lot of the party members are actually your enemies, not all of them, but the essence here is that you have 3 icons equipped at any time. But this is not just 3 icons. This is 3 different party members. These are blessings, and that's another thing I realized when I was playing the game. I was like, wait, you can make sets? That's insane. Of course, when I started thinking about it, I was like, 3 different icons, and we get plenty more than 3. Now, to keep things on the up and up, you have to understand how do they work, you know? Well, simple. Each icon has a unique feature called the feat, and each feat can be upgraded, generally 1 time. Then you master it. Why master it? Well, because it allows it to be more effective. Plain and simple. You could check the abilities menu here and take a look. So, if you press, I don't know, Simplest, what do you press? See, press triangle and you'll get your information. And again, it's not that there is no strategy, it's just it's not like the older Final Fantasy. There really are no buffs in this game. It really comes down to just doing damage, and as much damage as you can, and focusing on stagger when an enemy is not. And because you want to do as much damage in the stagger window as possible. That's what this game is all about. It literally focuses on that. The fact that there are no elements and stuff, I think is a poor decision on you know, just the developers. I think they really should have put a little bit more depth into the combat. I think that would have been nice to have maybe some debuffs, you know, I mean, just the obvious elements, like doing actual elements, or like, for example, maybe fire could have did something like burns an enemy, which makes them take damage over time, whereas kind of like the Shiva has the permafrost, which makes people, or I should say targets, frozen for a brief period of time. And then they have Phoenix Shift, which allows you to sort of warp over to an enemy. Not really like warp striking in 15, I don't be confused. It's not like that. The Deadly Embrace, I feel like this is what they should have started out with. Phoenix, I guess, the Phoenix Claw. Yeah, because it's a grapple, so I would say, you know, Phoenix's Claw. or Claw of the Phoenix. Yeah, Claw of the Phoenix, and then Garuda's, I would say Garuda's Step, or Garuda's Shift? What do you think? Garuda's Shift? Garuda's Warp, or Garuda's Flash? Shift. Garuda's, I'd say, how about Garuda's Step? Garuda's Warp. We'll just keep it Shift, I guess. Phoenix's Embrace. Grapple of them. How about the, I said Claw of the Phoenix would be nice. The reason why I said they should start out with this first is because it made people sort of get comfortable again with the warp striking from 15, when this game really is not about that. This is just a gap closer, that's all. It's not really a fucking warp attack. Phoenix's Shift is really just meant to, close the gap a little bit, and then that's about it. You could perform shift shots and whatnot with that, but, what have you, but it's ultimately just to close the gap. Similar to other things like Cold Snap and Deadly Embrace. Although having the wind, it also just makes more sense too for a wind element to do something like Quick Step, or I don't know. Since a lot of them do have their names on it, like Titanic Block, Cold Snap, nah. Some of them don't, but some of them do. Like, I don't know why, but Titan has his name on it, and so does Phoenix, but I don't know why. Like, for example, shouldn't this be called just Grapple of the Flames? And then this would be, because it's a bird. I mean, just think about it. Phoenix is a bird, so wouldn't it make more sense to grapple? The claw, the talon? I mean, and then this is wind, so, I mean, they're both kind of birds, but it just seems like Phoenix would be more prone to grabbing an enemy. It's a bird. And since this is a wind element, I mean, I would think Vanish. Swift Shift. Swift Step. Or Deadly Shift. There's a lot of things you could think of though, but basically it's a Vanish move. Swift Vanish. Or Deadly Vanish. What else can we think of? Anybody out there have any ideas? What would be a good alternative if if Garuda was given the ability to warp up to an enemy? Deadly Vanish, I mean, I don't know. Deadly, I don't know, we have to change the name. I'd say Garuda's Step, but that's me. Quick Foot, Quick Feet, Quick Step. I like Quick Step. Garuda's Step. So we go to Grapple of the Flames to Quick Step. Because think about it, Shikuchi, right? Deadly Step. With Deadly Appearance. I wonder what they call it, Deadly Embrace, though. What does it mean? It's a grapple, I mean. Nonetheless, I think that I'm sorry, I got a little off topic here. When we're looking at the battle system, you have to look at these as party members. So you're going to get a few of them, and one of them is inherent into the into Clive. It just inherently has them, which is that of Ifrit. And Ifrit, again, doesn't have a feature. He doesn't have a feat. His feature is none. His feature is the limp break, which you can pop off at any time by using L3 and R3, and then you unleash him. He comes with 2 abilities that you can pretty much give to any icon once mastered. Otherwise, it's stuck to the Phoenix. Albeit, they are pretty useful abilities. One of which is kind of like a status effect, but it's not really a status effect. It helps lower the stagger bar, more or less, while dishing out a little damage and absorbing damage as well, so you'll take less damage while having it out. It's kind of like Protect, this game's version of Protect. Where I would say Ignition is this game's version of Haste, because it does good damage, not really much stagger, but it also helps fill up the limit break bar because of the amount of damage you deal, fills up the LB. And LB is similar to his feature. It allows him to semi-prime into his own icon, which is Ifrit, unique to Clive. Which is sort of like a, it's similar to what Ultima's iconic transformation looks like. Very, very similar. His iconic transformation is a multitude of all of these icons together. Though it mainly looks like a Garuda and the Freak combo or something like that, if I'm being honest. But nonetheless, the reason why this game is good is because I've played it many times, and what I've observed is that the game put a lot of effort into the development of the story and the characters, and it has good music. The music isn't bad, and the battle system, when it comes down to it, may be a bit shallow, and it definitely deserves more. I can't say that it's not outright fun to play, because it is. Sometimes it's just fun to watch the flashy effects, knowing that you can't really go wrong when you're making a setup. You can just have fun and alternate what kind of icons you want to have in your group. Like, if you want to have a group of Titan, Shiva, and Bahamut, go for it. Ultimately, you just need to have a gap closer. You need something to respond to precision dodges, and I guess, in my opinion, that's really all you really need, is a gap closer and a counter. Gap closers and counters are very important, which leaves you open for a third one, of which you could choose anything you want. There are ones that can charge. For example, like Bahamut, you could charge that one up. But it does come down to precision dodging. A lot of the later icons will have you executing them during precision dodges, unless you decide to go for a precision dodge instead. Some may have to be active already to do it, but not always, because if you time it out right, you could use Bahamut to store up Mega Flares, and then unleash the Mega Flare at level 4. This is good for generally crowd control. The world in this game, I think, is very unique, and it's definitely fun to explore. I haven't really did much of exploring right now because I've been talking about the game's ins and outs, but I'm gonna get with it now, and I'll show you what I mean on how the game is not bad, and it's far from great. But while there's some things that I questionably wonder why they left out, I could see why they may have forgotten to do this because of how much effort they put into other areas of the game, like character development and a very, a very, I'd say, excellent story with a lot of depth, like so much depth. Just like how much depth went into the character development, that much depth went into the main narrative as well. And that's very surprising and very hard to do. I haven't seen them do it as good as since 9, to be honest. Like, if you're gonna use this, you're gonna want to wait until they attack you. I think that should have been in the game automatically. You could turn it on and off, but again, they make you sacrifice an entire accessory slot. dulling down the, amount of strategy you could have in this game and flexibility. Though again, in terms of uniqueness, which we have yet to even cover, since it's a Final Fantasy game, you have to look at how unique it is, because Final Fantasy is always about changing things up and delivering something completely new from the previous Final Fantasy. It's not really supposed to be a continuation. It's supposed to be like a brand new game. Every Final Fantasy is like the experience is completely different. The only thing they have in common with each other is that they are story-driven, RPG-based games. But how they want to go about it, really, it's up to them. Generally, the more unique it is, the more bolder the step, the more points Final Fantasy gets for being what it is always meant to be. Something that changes up the genre and delivers something completely different, whether it be for, best or worst. I think that's exactly what they did here. Like, people say there's no party, but that's not true. You look careful enough and you'll realize your icons are your party. And, well, Torgal, while he is in the party, he's not really a party member as he is an extension of Clive. You can get criticals. If an enemy's light enough, you can ravage them and he'll blow them up in the air. You might get criticals if you input it yourself. And while in active wait mode, you can do unique things, especially with your icons. It could be really hard to execute since there's really no telegraph for these attacks. Playing in wait mode is preferable, especially for fans of RPG games, where you have time to think about what you want to do. And that's exactly what I do and how I play the game. Realizing that without it on, it, just takes a lot of the depth and strategy from that of an RPG into just a mindless action game. Though with it on, you do lose a slot of accessory, because you get 3 accessory slots, which is the only Final Fantasy game in the history of Final Fantasy that allows 3 accessory slots. Every Final Fantasy has only had up to 1 or 2 at max accessory slots. I know that's crazy, but it's true. So using the right icon. For regular encounters, you usually use your gap closer because it's just easier to get around. Cold Snap is a unique one that allows you to place him under frost. I think they call it permafrost. I think I would have appreciated other things too, like Phoenix Shift. If you're able to get a successful Phoenix Shift. For example, a shift shot should leave with an enemy burned. Maybe that could be something. Burned, like I said before, burning an enemy, which will allow them to take additional damage for like 60 seconds. They'll take damage by the second. Like their health will rapidly go down. Rapidly. While burning. While they're lit ablaze, Like, I don't know why they didn't, like, for example, Rama has a status effect as well, which is called, well, Blind Justice. You put lightning bolts on an enemy and then it can be triggered later on with a delayed effect. This would be considered to me being electrocuted. And when you are under the status effect of shock, well, I should say electrified. And electrified, like I said, places out balls of lightning magic onto an enemy. Multiple enemies, if anything. And then, like I said, I think when you enter a limit break mode, it's a form of haste. Because you attack a lot faster than usual. See what I mean? Like permafrost. And I think that if they had put more time and thought into the battle system, it would have did so much better in the ratings. It was a real shame that the battle system didn't have enough depth to be held on to the same standard as most Final Fantasy games that put a lot more effort into their battle systems. It's not to say that the battle system is bad, because it's not. Like I said, it's not bad. But it's more about flashy effects than anything else. And understanding that the icon system is your bread and butter here. But let's be honest. This game could have used with a few more things to its combat. For example, why does Shiva only get permafrost and nobody else gets status effects? It seems odd. Rama gets a status effect, but they never really get into it enough to really explain it. I mean, just barely. And unfortunately, it doesn't really seem to hold up very well with other feats. Because Rama offers blind justice, which technically slows everything down. So it's in a sense like a form of slow, but it's really not enough to really warrant an iconic slot. As a party member, he's really not that good, but his abilities that could be extracted from him are good. In fact, one of the more damaging icons. Very powerful. Diamond Dust is a really good ability. And both filling up the LB and Charge Lift. And that's, during my precision dodges, if you have the Berserk Ring, you'll get a it's similar to semi-prime, like your LB, but it's not exactly your LB. It's almost like consuming a strength tonic. So, more or less, it's kind of like exactly that. Like briefly having the effect of a strength tonic, more or less, right? And that's what it says it does, so I can only trust it. Trust what it says, man. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. I am back, and we are dissecting Final Fantasy 16, baby.
Where are you?
Whether it's good or bad, my stance is lower
I see
8.
the bandits didn't pose you any trouble.
It's a low 8,
No,
like
that-
8.2 or something
That's
like
not why you're here, is
that.
it? No. Something's
And that's just
happened.
my honest opinion,
We
because
need
the
you back in
story
Paladin.
is great,
What is it?
and the world is unique,
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that
and
Lubor is a
it
bearer.
does bring a very, very, very different experience
Seems
to
that one
Final
of our
Fantasy,
parties wasn't as thorough as they should have
which
been.
is something
They
Final
let one of the bandits
Fantasy
escape.
does.
But his
Is
escape
very
route took him
well,
right through
well
Delavan.
known for it as well.
Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to silence them. And when Lubor felled him with a bolt of magic, and without a crystal. But that's not possible. It is if he's a bearer and has
Like,
been hiding it all these years.
Think
which
about
is
it.
what people are
Its
saying.
story is very
If
good.
he has, well, I
It
wouldn't blame him.
embellishes
No man is branded by choice.
the beauty of older
Still,
Final Fantasies, a
all
world
those people
that
see is a man who's lied to them all his
directly
life.
is
One who
influenced,
was made a leader of
just,
himself when the world
it's
believed he
obvious,
should have been
from
a slave.
more of the medieval ages slash
I
fantasy
don't know where
type.
we go from here.
It's a
I know
classic
one
fantasy
thing.
type world, which,
Lubor needs all the friends he can
meets
get
the
right
standards
now.
of castles
Right.
and, different, like a casting system, nobles and knights, peasants, even slaves. I mean, this game goes pretty far and it pushes the limit as to what, Final Fantasy normally, delivers. This delivers a much more mature story.
And now everyone knows.
And yeah, I do apologize for my
I made it a
absence.
habit
The
to keep a
cat, my
crystal close
cat
at hand for
was,
just such an
it's
occasion.
a long story.
And when that
The cat
occasion
got caught in
arose,
the
I forgot to
cubby
reach
hole
for it.
downstairs, which
Well,
she's not supposed to go
it
to,
was
but,
bound to come out sooner or later.
right,
We're
the cat.
sorry.
And he finally came out,
We
and
tried
then
to keep
we were
on
good.
in, but we just couldn't anymore.
Apologize.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's
I actually
nothing.
took a little ecstasy today.
All lies.
I mean,
are
believe it or
wages,
not, I
just like the ones he
believe
fed
that
us all these years.
I believe that
Once
certain
people made
things
up
are
their
okay
minds,
to
it's hard to
use once
change
in a
them.
blue moon, and
You need to do
I
something.
really don't think there's anything wrong
Quickly.
with that.
Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them.
MDMA is not really that
Convince them
bad for you.
nothing has
It's
changed. That their enemy lies
relatively
outside
safe,
these walls, not
actually.
within them.
I'm not saying that
Right.
people on the street put
We should
things
speak to
in them
everyone.
that could be dangerous,
I'm glad you
absolutely.
agree.
But
I'll handle the
more often than
townsfolk.
not, if you're
I'm a Dalek
getting
born and bred. They
something
listen
like
to me.
ecstasy, MDMA,
You head to the
you're gonna
tavern.
probably get exactly
Make
that.
Conrad and Natalie remember
But I
who
do
Lubor
know
really
and
is.
am aware of the
They
press pills
know
out
that
there
Lubor
that they've
and
been
I
making
are
with
friends.
fentanyl, and
I might
I'm
not
not
make for
a,
the most impartial
I
of
do not agree with
interlocutors.
that, no.
Lord Underhill of Randalar's
I
League of
agree
Merchants,
with
however,
taking,
is
for
a
example,
trusted
I'm
and
not
impartial
against
mediator
taking
of note. I'll
MDMA
do what I
occasionally if
can.
it's, real MDMA, because
Lubor,
MDMA
stay
is
here with
not
the
really a
children.
big deal. It's
I can't
relatively
promise
mild.
anything, but we'll try.
And
I
that
don't
is
even take,
all I can
I don't
ask
even
of you.
take a full pill actually. I would take it just a half, probably. Knowing me. I always go with the idea that less is more. And when I do take MDMA, and I rarely ever take it, rarely, hardly ever, but when I get the opportunity to take it, I generally just feel happier and things feel nice, that's all. It's kind of like a minor trip.
Knew all along that he was playing us for fools.
It's kind of like similar to shrooms, but a bit more
Forgive me for
happier
disturbing
and
you, but
less trippier,
could I have a
but
moment of your
more,
time?
I've seen your face before.
I don't know
As
how to
have
explain
I.
it. It's hard to
Lord
explain.
Underhill,
Things
wasn't
feel
it?
good.
Of the
You
League
have
of
a
Merchants.
full sense of happiness,
That's
and
right.
things look
I
a little bit more
wanted to speak to you
skewed,
about
like
Lubor.
trippy,
The rumors
and
that
things
he's a
feel
bearer.
different and more
All true, I'm afraid.
prolific.
He'll never be man now. Not if I have anything to do with it.
But what of his wares?
Time gets
Bearer or no,
distorted,
his
by the
steel is
way, it's
highly
another
valued
thing.
throughout the Republic. In this, at least, he's done the town a service. Might that not earn him a little leniency?
Leniency? He pretended to be one
It's
of
almost
us
like a
when he was
better
laughing
version
behind our
of
backs all
Triple
the while.
C's.
I'm
Is
sorry,
you know,
my lord, but he
dextromethorphan,
lied to us. He
but
lied to you.
it's
He
a much,
cannot be
much better,
trusted.
like a
So what do you
huge
propose?
step over that.
Will you drive him
It's
from his
like the
home?
proper version of
Close his
DXM,
forge? Perhaps.
whereas DXM is like a
That is a question for the people of Dalby.
is a
And they will
shitty
thank
version.
you
It's like
not
the
to get
shittiest version
involved.
of MDMA is DXM. Like DXM is kind of like E, but it's
The
not.
townsfolk have made their
It's not
mind
as good
up.
as E.
There was nothing I could do.
Because most times it's just gonna get you nauseous and
Conrad
yeah.
and Natalie refused to
Like
consider
E is the
anything but
most
their own
cleanest
wounded
way
pride.
You
of
never
getting
know.
that
Once
euphoric,
their anger is cooled, they might see things
wonderful
differently.
roll,
Now, we should report back to
ballin'.
All right.
Anyway, that's also why I decided that, you know, I'm going to talk about Final Fantasy 16 on a personal level. You know, see what others believe and, you know, see if others are interested in seeing if this is a good game or a bad game. I think it's not a great game, but it had the potential to be a great game. It just fell short because its battle system was very lazy. Clearly there was plenty of things they could have did just to adjust and tweak the battle system to make it more in line with the main franchise. Though it did deliver a unique experience, which Final Fantasy is supposed to do. In that respect, I say it succeeded. Though it's not always for the best. Like, look at 8. 8 changed things up, but it wasn't really for the best. Though it did have some depth, at least. But it's the closest thing I can compare it to. It was a new system that a lot of people really didn't care for.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. Give them time. They'll come around. You'll talk
And then
success
9,
into
Final
them in
Fantasy
the end.
9,
You'll see.
they copied and pasted the old, the original FF1, so to speak, with their own unique mechanic that had to do with crystal points, which would have your characters have abilities. But then also, similar to like what they had did introduce in 12, is in 9, where you get abilities based off of your armor automatically. If they're equipped, that is. You could learn them permanently, but if it's mastered, that is. But if it's equipped, you automatically get those abilities. Well, the ability to equip them, that is. Because as long as you learn the armor piece, you get those abilities. Mastering them allows you to equip the abilities without having to have it equipped, similar to the way icons work in 16. The reason why 16 falters is because the big change is just hack and slash action with cinematic flair as opposed to strategic depth and tactical gameplay. It really, 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 you know, goes out of its way to change the, you know, the overall formula of Final Fantasy.
These children need you.
One of its core aspects is to have a strategic gameplay. It's one of the biggest things. Though it has one of the best stories I've seen in Final Fantasy since 10. It's even better than 12. And that's only because of the character's depth. 12 is one of my favorite games, and it's still better than 16 for sure. But when you think about what they delivered in terms of character development and political storytelling, it's pretty clear that this one took from some of the best. Like Tactics, 12, 9, so on and so forth.
Yes. But where are my manners? Here. Reward for clearing out that bandit camp. Right then. I have packing to do.
If there's anything I can do.
Like even Lubor, who's a minor character, they put a lot of development into him. It's crazy. Which gives you an attachment to the game, and that's why I think the first half of the game is a lot better than the second half, because the second half makes you then finally realize that this game's strategic and or, you know, tactical experience is little to none. And the game then just wears thin because you're just doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. Because there's no strategy. Literally, the only strategy there is working with the icons and seeing how you can get the most damage during a stagger. Once you figure that out, then it gets even harder. It becomes then a competition as to which ones deserve to be in the party and which ones deserve to be on your cooldown list, your abilities, which you could have six abilities. So, like Rama, I've already kind of came to a conclusion that electrifying foes is, it's alright, but having satellite kind of does the job that electrified enemies, sort of succumb to, which is additional magic damage that goes off periodically after a delayed moment of time, right? Something like that. And although Blind Justice does slow down time, it can still be a problematic ability when it comes to most, like, faster foes like corals and whatnot. Like, there are a lot of fast enemies, especially when you're dealing with multiple enemies. There are just better choices out there. Like, for example, Wings of Light gives you access to charge up Mega Flare. Easily way better. And Satellite, there you go. That's almost just like Execution, except, electrified enemies. We use Blind Justice on them to electrify them, but Satellite, on the other hand, this gives you 2 balls of additional light magic. Because magic, there is no real elements, unfortunately. They remove those. Again, lazy. Because that just removes more depth into the combat system that would have been appreciated by many, I'm sure. Like, you can't just remove elements. Why would you remove elements and then say that you can change? Like, what's the whole point of light damage? There is no light damage. It's the same damage. Try attacking a bomb with fire damage. It's the same. Damage is damage. There's only 2 differences. Some damage affects stagger more than the actual health bar, and then others affect the health bar more than the stagger bar. Which is pretty evident by whether you're using magical attacks or you're using physical attacks. And then, of course, there are subtleties such as Will of the Wicks, which gives you things like Protect in a subtle way in its own right. And then, of course, Ignition, which is kind of like Haste because it does a lot of damage and it fills up the LB quite a bit. These are disguised abilities, of course, and you can equip these at any time because they are given to you through a Freet. Haste and Protect. LB in this game acts as Bravery and Faith, which pretty much powers up both your attack and, well, there's only attack in this game, so that's it. Because attack determines all damage. The lowest portion of damage is probably dealt through uncharged magic. And charged magic delivers out second tier spells. That's another thing that they failed to give out, was third tier spells, which you don't get in this game. Not to my knowledge. And magic deals very low amount of damage, but does decent to the stagger bar, right? Or not even. Not even. There's a half-half. But since you could charge your magic, I'm not sure why they say half on that, but it's much higher than half. That's why I said even magic. I think it does 2 stars of stagger, half a star in damage. Very low damage. But you could juggle enemies like this, and if you like to do that, then go ahead. There are regular usages that a Freet brings to the table, such as lunge, down thrust, burning blade, swift recovery, the teleport stomp, and all this other crap. And these oftentimes could be useful, and they just allow you to power up your normal attacks into, well, overdrive attacks, like OP attacks. Like Burning Blade is a good way to just get some heavy damage out real fast. These are generally useful for when an enemy is staggered. And of course, we have Phoenix, who doesn't offer much, but does offer the ability to shift up to a foe, so long as you're within range. That's what he does when he's in your group or in your lineup. Some of his best abilities lie, I think, within, personally, Flames of Rebirth and Heat Wave. as Heat Wave is one of those unique abilities that allows you to counter-project magical attacks, which happens to lower the cooldown on the ability itself and do a lot more damage and negates the magical attack. Well, the range attack, I should say, since that's what it does. Magical attacks, more or less range attacks, can be nullified from this ability. And that's where this game's combat system's depth comes in. It comes in the form of evasion, evading attacks, and how to go about dealing with a precision dodge once you get one. And henceforth, the ability to have wait mode and active mode was and should have been a huge aspect of this battle system, but they did not add that in. They chose to make you sacrifice an accessory slot, which leaves you with only 2 accessory slots, which it goes without saying that anybody with a good head on their shoulders that wants to have the best accessories possible and, you know, the most bang for their buck is going to go with these 2 right here, the Channeler's Whispers and the Berserker Ring. These are game changers, and both offer a lot more depth into the battle system, as these pretty much allow you to be, I guess the simplest way to put it is to be a badass. I mean, every time you get a precision dodge, you get a little bit of that semi-prime magic, which increases your attack power and proficiency. It increases attack proficiency, covering Clive with like a flame, similar to the semi-prime during LB, but it's not exactly like that. But every precision dodge you get, it gets stacked, by the way. And like I said, it allows Clive's attacks to be covered in flame and does a bit more more damage. Then we have the Channel's Whispers. These are good because they automatically charge your magic spells throughout the course of time, giving you 2nd level magic, which is, to say the least, a lot better than level 1 magic. Level 1 magic sucks, and it's really just used to eat away at the stagger bar and or juggle a foe if you want to play around with Torgal. And Satellite can also help you deal a lot more damage with level 1 spells if you have it equipped. I actually use level 1 spells, believe it or not. Alright, we gotta go back and speak with Kara. There's a lot of side quests, I'm not gonna do all of them right now. I'm trying to just play the game for what it is. A lot of the side quests come down to the fetching, and I really don't want to do that right now. Tons of fetch quests in this game. That's another thing too I didn't really like, was the side quests came down to a shitload of fetch quests. What was that about? Like, I appreciated the hunt board, that was cool, but what was the deal with the fetch quests? Really? I mean, there were quite a bit, if you ask me. Like, too many. And not that they didn't have good content, it's just that, like, fetch quests are just, everybody knows how annoying they are. Why? It's just like, why? Sorry about that. I really am. I didn't mean to go AFK, just I had to do something real quick. My apologies. I am back. I didn't even get to say that I was going AFK, that's wise. Sorry about that, guys. My bad. That happens, right? So yeah, my opinion is that Final Fantasy 16 is a good game, but had a lot more potential than they gave it. They could have had a lot, had a lot more potential. I don't know what happened. What I mean to say is that the game had so much potential that they could have did more with the battle system. I mean, I think we could all agree on that. I mean, it's just obvious that they could have did more with the battle system. I mean, the battle system is bare bones. That was the problem. The main problem, at least for me. I think for most people too. Just like they didn't even like I said, they didn't even have elements. Can you believe that? They say they do, but they really don't. No elements. I can't believe they didn't even have elements. That is so sad. The only reason I'm giving it a pass is because it has a really good story. That's it. If not for it's a really good story, then I'm sorry, but it doesn't really hold up as a Final Fantasy game at all. The only thing that makes this a good Final Fantasy is the story, if I'm being honest. And yeah, I'm smoking up right now. Blazing up. I'm blazing. Gotta blaze. Gotta blaze. But we still got time, it's early. To continue dissecting what Final Fantasy 16 did right, and what it did horribly wrong. Like, I mean, think about other Final Fantasies that tried to change the formula. They didn't do terrible. Like, they was relatively successful. Like 15, for example, was a little controversial, but it succeeded in the end. Like, I know it was a weird success, but it did manage to succeed. Even with all its weird shit. It still managed to get there. One way or the other. Though, I guess it wasn't the fact that it was an action game that bothered me with the 16. It was the fact that it just lacked depth as an entire, like, just as a whole, you know? It was lacking something. And I think we can all agree that it was the depth of the game. The game lacked a certain amount of depth that really can only make it hold for so long. That can make it, you know, fun before it gets old. Which is sad because, like as I said, the game had potential to be really good. Just didn't live up to it. Didn't live up to that potential. And in the end, what did we get? We got garbage. But good garbage. Not bad garbage, good garbage. But it was still, like I said, in my opinion, Final Fantasy usually steps up the game a bit higher. It just does. I don't know why it does, but it does. And I think we all know that. And that's why we were all kind of let down, in a sense. Because we know that Final Fantasy could have been better. A game like Final Fantasy deserves better. And we all know it's true. It's like, we're looking at this game and we're like, is this even Final Fantasy anymore? Or is this just something completely different? We just don't know. And that's the truth. And when it comes down to it at the end of the day, what are we looking at here? Is it a Final Fantasy game? Well, yeah, sure, it kind of is, more or less. But it's missing fundamentals that makes Final Fantasy what it was. And these are like a multitude, not just a few. There's a lot. Like, it doesn't have status ailments. It doesn't have real buffs. It doesn't have, it doesn't have spells, really. It doesn't even have elements. It doesn't have the basic blind, poison, silence. Like, how hard could it be to block or disable the ability to use your magic command? Or icon command, for that matter. I mean, they could have had all the shit. I mean, that would have made the game a lot more, you know, interesting. And, of course, more Final Fantasy that was a staple that you shouldn't really remove. Certain staples you don't remove. Like, this is the only Final Fantasy that doesn't actually have blind. Can you believe that? Every Final Fantasy has silence, poison, and blind. Generally speaking. And this one doesn't have it. And it's like the only one that doesn't have it. Literally. Out of all the main games, this is the only game that doesn't feature those debuffs. I mean, shit, it doesn't even have third tier spells. And that, to me, is kind of just a letdown. It's the only game, also, where you don't have a real proper party. I mean, you have Torgal, but Torgal is more or less a mechanic. It's all about dishing out more damage. Not sure what the petting mechanic does, if I'm being honest. I know I'm not really doing anything right now, I'm just fucking standing here, but that's because I'm just talking to anybody who views this about the game and what I thought was really kind of like shitty. Like, Toro wasn't that great. I mean, he just adds in a little bit extra damage. I mean, but realistically, what did he really offer? Not much. Not much. And that's just a fact. Torgal just adds more damage. But ultimately, doesn't really do much. And a lot of times, he's not even with you for most of the major boss encounters. Shit, half the time he's not with you. Don't even get me started on the fact that they say there's elements and then it's just like bogus. There's not even elements. I mean, just as a player alone, it makes me feel let down, I guess. That a game that delivers such a great story and narrative that just succumbs to stupidity. Like, it really does. It succumbs to the stupidity of so many other games with stupid fetch quests and extending the story out to a point where it almost feels like we don't need any of this shit. Like, the game's mechanics they were very, very seemingly evident that this game is not going to last long. It's campaign can't, because the depth of the combat system doesn't allow it before it gets tedious and boring. Like, what I mean to say is, the combat system is great, but it opens up slowly, so therefore you don't have to worry about the depthness of it, because there are two different types of battle systems. There was the iconic battle systems, which were a huge, you know, it was a huge, big reveal in this game. That was like the big, you know, one of the big changes was these iconic encounters. That was one of the special things they added into this game, and this game is supposed to revolve around those mechanics. That being said, where do we have to go? To the shelves? That being said, I enjoyed the big iconic battles. They were fun. And I thought that, you know, having a game that revolves around these grand encounters, that's pretty cool. But you can't have a game that's trying to run like a 100-hour campaign here. You know, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but not by much. I mean, the campaign is pretty long. Especially if you strive to do all the main side quests. I'm sorry, the side quests, the primary side quests. I mean, a lot of them, you know, they do have good story content. As like I said, this game's story is above some of the best in this game when it comes to just like the overall narrative. But a lot of them are fetch quests that just open up the story for you with some, you know, bullshit encounters. Which again, the encounters will get old in this game because of the fact that it's all pretty much the same. You just, you know, like in the beginning of the game, you get introduced to a lot of new things, and this works pretty well. But then after, I guess, a while, I'd say, after the death of Hugo, it starts to become tedious, and the game starts to run its course and becomes forcefully long, which is really, really unfortunate. Because this simplistical battle system would have worked if it had just cut the game a little bit short. Like, during Annabella's death, should have been more or less getting to the end of the game's main campaign. In other words, the story was too long for its own good. Because of the battle system, actually, because of the gameplay. The gameplay is not meant for a long campaign. It's meant for a short campaign, or medium campaign at best. Because yes, it is true we still have one more icon to obtain in the main campaign, but unfortunately it doesn't really make much of a difference, because it wouldn't have hurt to just end the campaign somewhere around the time of Annabella's death. Annabella did play the main and primary antagonist of this game for most of the game. She was not the big bad, not all of them, but she was the primary antagonist.
Right away.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
No, 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 do 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 do. No, 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 no.
If you please,
No,
Your Grace, might I
no,
one day
no, no,
borrow
no.
the Chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. And so, yeah, I guess we go to music. The music was good. Like, I can't complain on the music front. Like, it wasn't Nobuo Uematsu that made the music, but the music was still good nonetheless.
If you please, Your Grace, might I one day borrow the Chronicles
I'm
for a
just,
short
like,
while?
if you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I'm just trying to take in the music, see
You need but
if it's
ask.
catchy enough to be considered, you know, good enough to stand with the rest. And I think it does, personally. My cat's meowing too. But that'll pass. I mean, think about it. The music isn't bad. Not at all. You have to just listen to it. See if it clicks with you.
If it please, Your Grace, might I one day borrow the Chronicles for a short while?
No.
Lordman Hippocrates.
Losman Hippocrates. What a weird name. Again, goes back to the story. Story is awesome. It's a shame that the campaign was so long that it outdid its own beauty, because the beautiful thing about this game was the cinematography of all the different abilities and whatnot, but like I said, it outran its course. Like it just becomes more of like a chore than anything else. And that is a shame, because the game did have a lot of promise. Like, it really did, and what they did was unfortunate because, you know, it had promise, but just didn't live up to its expectation. And that was unfortunate, because any game that's that good
If it
should
please, Your
live up
Grace,
to its
might I one day
expectation.
borrow the Chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
Like, the music is good, right? I mean, is it just me, or is the music at least catchy enough? You can change the music, too, of the Hideaway, which is pretty cool. Like, at any time you can change the music, so that's something that is pretty cool. Or at least I think it is. Not trying to be a negative douche to Final Fantasy 16, because that's not what this is about. Not at all.
Please, Your Grace, might I one day borrow the Chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
That is good. I got a pre-roll of, what do you call it, Skittles? I think that's the name of it. Skittles. Tastes mad good, though. Skittles.
Please, Your Grace, might I one day borrow the Chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
You certainly keep strange bedfellows. Took Clive says to him once. I like how they're not afraid to go there, though. You know, with sexuality and all that. They're pretty open with it.
Please, Your Grace, might I one day borrow the Chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
So I guess we're gonna give the music, again, probably like an 8. I'm gonna give it an 8. An 8 seems about right. That's some good Skittles right there. Skittles! The best. It's one of the best strains, I think.
If it please, Your Grace, might I one day borrow the Chronicles for a short while?
Of course.
Lordsman Hippocrates.
I mean, we're not douches. Why wouldn't we? Like, he asks it, and I'm like, well, I think you'll be able to. I'm pretty sure we're not gonna be like, fuck off. Silly question to ask, dude. Of course you could borrow it. You're one of our best friends.
If it please, Your Grace, might I one day borrow the Chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates.
Mm.
You need but ask.
It's fucking hilarious. How he keeps asking, like... That's because I'm just chilling right now. That's why I did a live steel play. Because I'm doing a mixture of smoking some blunts, pre-rolls. And I was drinking a beer before, so I'm just chilling out. And I was like, I want to decide whether or not this game is actually good or not. And then I came to the conclusion that it is good, it's just... I feel like it overstays its welcome. If you know what I mean. Like the battle system doesn't warrant the amount of time it takes to complete the game.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Losman Hippocrates. You need the task.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Losman Hippocrates. You need the task.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Losman Hippocrates. You need the task.
Where's Hula doing when you need a Hula doing? Alright.
Please your grace,
Sorry
might I
guys,
one day borrow the chronicles
I'll be back,
for
I'm
a short
just
while?
fixing something.
Losman Hippocrates. You need the task.
Should be done in a second. Sorry. Shouldn't be much longer though. There's a fiber in my hair I have to get out. I'm kidding, I have something in my eye though. I'm trying the best I can to get it out. It's so annoying. So I apologize for this delay. Shouldn't be much longer. So if I can't get it out, then I'm just gonna have to deal with it.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
Come on, I can get that out. What is it, like a hair, I think? It's gotta be something like a hair. It's so annoying, though. Hold on 1 second, guys. See if I can get this out. Hold on, I'll be right back.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
If it please your grace, might I one day borrow the chronicles for a short while?
Of course, Lordsman Hippocrates. You need but ask.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I had to get this stupid hair out of my eye, which still no success. Can you believe that? No success. I mean, I am just, it's the worst. Well, whenever you get something in your eye, it's not really fun. It's just a pain in the ass. But that's what happens sometimes. But I'm on ecstasy right now. Like I said, I did do some ecstasy. I'm not gonna lie about that. So this should be an interesting video, because I don't do ecstasy often. But, and I'm not the type to, you know, hide about things. I'm not gonna hide about things. This doesn't even make sense. But I'm an open book. If somebody wants to judge me because I took some MDMA, then fine, judge me. But I'm not gonna judge myself. At least I'm honest, you know. And I'm also honest about Final Fantasy 16. It's a good game that had a lot of potential, and I think it deserves more. It deserved more.
By now you've all heard where we're going and why.
And I'll leave it at that. But they did a great job at narrating an amazing story
There's a good chance we'll be sighted
with
in full praise of the capital's
a
artillery.
very,
So instead,
I guess you can call it a battle system with a lot of flair, but not much depth.
But it's highly likely the entirety of
Like,
is under the rule of Ultima.
you know, the battle system can only be held up for so long before it becomes repetitious. A repetitious, you know, hack and slash fest of nothing but that. Just spamming your attacks, doing, you know, burning blade, lunges, down thrusts, iconic abilities, you know. I don't know what it is, but it's more like the enemies don't really do much. Just seems like the depth has been dropped down in this game. Like, whilst you have rings on, I know I'm interrupting the story right now, but it's a commentary video, and I'm determining whether the game is good or bad, so yeah, I might overtalk. This commentary video is about my opinion, whether this game is good or bad. I already know the story. And the story is good, but it does draw itself out a little bit too much during, like, near the end. In the beginning, they nailed it, though. Beginning to mid-game is really, really good. Even into the late game is really good. They just extended the late game, which they really didn't need to. But they did. But at this rate, it has a very long campaign. A long main campaign. I think it was sort of a jip that they, you know, left out Leviathan for a DLC. I think that was whack. I didn't even get the DLC, by the way. It's just not worth it. A game with a good story, but terrible mechanics. I mean, the game's mechanics aren't terrible. I should just say they're like Devil May Cry 5, but like even simpler than that. Like, your options are to basically do damage, and that's what it comes down to, just dishing out damage. For most regular encountered foes that just have a red health bar, it really just comes down to doing damage. So the best way to do this is to spam combos and magic bursts. And, well, yeah, charge shots if you want, and then you use Torgal as well. I mean, I'm not even going to be doing side quests right now. There's a lot of side quests, and they're mainly just fetchables. All fetch quests. I think the hunt board is pretty cool because it encourages exploration, but they put way too many optional quests. Like, it's insane. That again extends the story. So they're not terrible, but it's just so much story that it's like the battle system is not deep enough to carry a story on this level. This long, at least. It's too long. They poured their soul into this game's story, but yet the battle system is just like, like it can't. Like 12 had a battle system that was able to keep up with a game that long, easily, because it had a lot of depth, like tons of depth. This game opens up very slowly, like very, very slowly. Again, the story is very, very long, so that's fine. And since the game's base combat is relatively simple, like complete opposite of 12, where it's more complex, this combat system is more like, I don't know, Devil May Cry 5 meets something a lot more simpler. Because Devil May Cry 5 is even had more depth than this. But this game offers a lot of flair and cinema. You know, cinematography. It's like, and if you equip one of the rings, in fact, he'll automatically use these, you know, iconic abilities as you attack to increase your finesse in a sort of sense. and activate iconic abilities without having to do them manually, just automatically. I only have the ring of focus on so that I could play the game in wait mode, because it's the only way they give you that option, which is another thing that I feel like was sort of a, like, I don't know, it's a jip, like, you get gypped off, because Final Fantasy's always had active and wait mode, especially for a game that's encouraging action, you know, it's action genre gameplay. You know, the action genre all the way. It's more or less like almost like a hack and slash game. That adds a little bit of, you know, strategy when it comes to chipping away at the stagger bar, you know, more or less. And deciding how you want to use your iconic abilities, whether or not you're going to use them for a stagger, saving them for a limit break, or eating away at the stagger bar, and or countering. There's a lot of ways and different uses that, you know, you'll find the iconic abilities can be used for, you know, and useful for. I mean, some of them are good, like Raging Fist and Rook's Gambit and Heat Wave. These are all great countered moves. One of the hardest ones to activate is probably Heat Wave, because you'll have to identify a range and or magical attack. Generally has to be magic. Magical attacks you'll have to identify. So if you do manage to get the counter on Heat Wave, it's definitely worth it. He does 4 slashes of liquid flame and reduced cooldown. Basically doubles the damage, or does 4 stars of damage and 4 stars of stagger, and on top of that gets a cooldown to be reduced, so it's almost like ready almost immediately after using it. But yeah, it's basically 4 fire slashes. Normal one is a star each for each slash. This is normal, you know. The basic Heat Wave by default does 2 slashes of liquid flame, each doing a star of damage and a star of stagger. But the problem is, when it comes to regular foes, there's nothing really there's no depth, there's no elements, there's nothing. It's just like, kill the enemy and use your cinematic, you know, iconic abilities. I mean, you can pretty much just go ham on them and they won't even attack you. You know, and like Torgal, he attacks automatically, but the only way to get criticals is to manually put them in. I don't really know how this works. I don't know if petting him does anything. It probably does shit, knowing that there is no depth in the combat. I'd imagine petting Torgal probably does nothing. Wouldn't be surprised. I assume, though, if there was any depth to this combat and if they had a head on their shoulders, it would increase the amount of Torgal's automatic attacks and also increase the likelihood of criticals. But just seeing from what I saw in the combat, it seems like they really went, you know, just basic on it. They didn't really put a lot of effort into the combat as they did with the story. It's like they sacrificed combat for a cinematic flair over actual, you know, strategic depth. And so therefore you just have to enjoy the game for what it's worth, which is just using these cool abilities and cool encounters that really show off some cool shit, really epic. And that's the whole idea of this combat system, is finesse equals epic battles, you know, through the use of these cool abilities that you learn from the great summons that we've seen in the games throughout history of Final Fantasy. Some of the classics are in here. All the classics, really. And every icon is a classic. I mean, there are no new ones. They're all classic icons. All the icons are the classic summons, like Ifrit, Phoenix. Leviathan is in it, but it's in a paid expansion, which is bullshit, but I'm not going to get into that. I mean, the game wasn't selling that well, so of course they went out to make an expansion. It's not surprising. Maybe the game would have sold better if they had the expansion in the game in the first place. But again, combat, it's going to slow the game down, and it already did. Like I said, the game's combat started to sink after probably getting Titan. It started to go downward. And, you know, honestly, that's just my opinion. But during the earlier parts of the game, with the battle on Belinus, what's it called? Belinus Tor. But during the battle of that Belinus, with Bahamut and Odin, and us tracking down Joshua, like everything in the beginning of the game is done really, really well because they were introducing a lot of the core mechanics at that point, and that was fine. But once you understand the core mechanics, it becomes repetitious and doesn't have enough room to really shine on, as I don't want to keep repeating myself, but on a strategic front like most other Final Fantasy games. Like, for example, 10 had so much strategy, it literally, you can play as 6 different characters, and you can use so many different abilities and skills to change the outcome of the battle and, how you want to go about executing the battle. I mean, there was so many different things you could do. I mean, it was insane. And same thing with 12. 12 is an amazing game that allows auto play, but also manual play, giving you the option to play as, automatic intelligence, so your setup gambit, your gambits that you set up. It's automatic intelligence that you set up. But you could also play, like I would prefer, wait mode and input your own commands as well. So it's hands-off, hands-on, very flexible. And of course it has the strategy and tactical depth of most Final Fantasies, throwing in many, many different debuffs, buffs, you name it, it has it. Elements, I guess you could say status effects, but that would be debuffs. But there are magical debuffs and there are, regular status elements. Like, in general, slow is considered, that's a debuff, magical debuff. Same thing with reverse. There are certain ones that are, invisible or Vanishka. Nonetheless, 12 had enough depth to carry a long campaign. This game, however, does not carry the depth to go past a 30 to 40 hour campaign. If it did, which it does, it becomes sort of monotonous and the fun sort of just, it dies down. That's why, is there really any need to do any of these side quests? No, not really. Unless you like pressing square, square, and triangle over and over again. And I hate to bash the combat system because in the beginning it's fun. You're still learning everything is sort of coming together. But once it all does come together, you realize that this game pretty much doesn't thrive on its, combat. It thrives on its story. Its story and its unique world that's covered in mystery. But its combat system is really all about flair and cinematography. And it's not really a bad thing, it's just something you have to accept. Final Fantasies aren't known to always be very hard. They're just known to be different than the last. Completely different.
Yes.
This one doesn't happen to be very strategical like most Final Fantasies. And are lacking certain staples, like classics, blind, poison, and silence, for example. Would have made for a lot more strategy to have moments where there'd be attacks that could hit you with silence, which would disable magic and iconic abilities.
You decided to save the world all on your own.
Or better yet, have a different approach, silence, which stops magic, and then disable, which would disable iconic abilities. Like, there could have been things that they could have did that would make the game so much better and so much more Final Fantasy-ish. That would be one with, these are good things, these are good thoughts, think about it. A status effect called, maybe they don't have blind in this one, maybe there's, instead, maybe it's called cripple. When Clive is crippled,
I do.
Or bound. How about bound? Because that's been a popular one. Bind. When Clive is under the status effect of bind,
Then so be it.
I'm trying to think that what would work. Because I'm thinking like something similar. To
Just
keep
don't forget.
just to keep the regular 3
Not
status
tomorrow.
effects that every Final Fantasy has always had. And each one can be useful. For example, bind binds the usage of Clive's icon abilities. In other words, it binds the cooldowns on the abilities.
Only that Joshua didn't.
Or we could just do blind and it makes
I don't get it.
Clive. Maybe we could do more status effects if you wanted to. I mean, I think that blind could do something like makes iconic abilities miss 50% of the time. So if you use an icon ability, you might miss, and it's for nothing. But I think bind is cooler, because you could have blind, but blind would make regular attacks miss about 50% of the time. And if they miss, you can't do a combo, which therefore interrupts and impedes one, therefore affecting magical charges and, you know, magic burst shots, magic bursts. Just a magic burst. Like, it's so boring knowing you could always do a magic burst and nothing really gets in the way of it. But if you were blinded, you'd miss a lot of your attacks and you'd have to use something like an item.
Welcomes, Gav.
Or wait it out. For example, blind could last for 60 seconds.
This place
Poison,
is as dead as
again,
green.
120 seconds of, well, obviously an HP loss. You know, an HP drain, like type of debuff that would drain your HP by 1 point every second, you know, that goes by. And it lasts for about 120 seconds unless healed by an antidote. Then, of course, you'd have silence that would affect all magical abilities, such as magical bursts, magic, and magical charges. Then I was also thinking about bound or bind, which would, or better yet, I guess you could say slow, something that slows down the ability of, like for example, stop. Stops the cooldowns of all iconic abilities. And also stops iconic features. If you want to get creative with it, right? If you want to get creative with it, then think. Think about what we could have added into this game to make it better. This doesn't have to be definitive, it's just saying that there was a lot more flexibility to be had in this game that they just didn't use. Like, being able to always be able to, like, imagine slow and stop being able to, or haste. Haste being able to, what do you call it? Increase, like, maybe in this game it's different. You know, haste, slow, and stop work different, and they have something to do with the cooldowns of your iconic abilities. Haste reduces the cooldown of all iconic abilities by 50%, whereas slow reduces the cooldown of iconic abilities by 50%. And stop prevents all usage of iconic feats and iconic abilities. I mean, this is just a way to think of something creative. Or maybe it doesn't affect feats, but maybe there's a different status effect for that. For example, I was thinking like crippled, or I don't know, bound. All, I think crippled would be better. When you're crippled under the status effect, or disable. I'm sorry, disable. Use disable because that's been around for a while. And when you're under the effect of disable, you can't use iconic feats. I mean, it's what I mean by using different status effects to give the game more flair. You know, it would have given the game a bit more, not flair, more, I'm sorry. It has enough flair as it is. I meant to say more tactical approaches to the game's combat, so it doesn't get stale. You don't want it to get stale. You want it to stay fresh. And yeah, they do have things like this, but it's just so easy to get around it. And maybe instead of just having 2, maybe they should have had 3. 1 for spells, 1 for Torgal, and 1 for items. Or maybe they could have just had 1 in general. I mean, that's fine. Have 1 for Torgal, and 1 for 3 things of your own choosing. Because you could use items from the main menu. You don't have to use them, you know, from the shortcut menu. You could just set up spells there. If they had spells. Like maybe they'd have something called Asuna. I'd like Asuna. Haste. Like I said, that would be another ability, haste. Maybe they'd also have another ability that would be... Well, again, I guess you could say the items are the closest thing to abilities. But to have actual real spells would have been really cool. Because the spell could remove all of those iconic, you know, things such as those iconic magical spells that prevent the cooldown. You know, such as slow and stop and disable. Slow, stop, and disable can be removed by dispel. Asuna can remove blind, poison, and silence. Which I think blind should make, you know, performing combos a bit harder. You know, 50% on every swing to hit. So, yeah. A typical blind lasts for 60 seconds. Typical silence lasts for 90 seconds. And a typical poison lasts for 120 seconds. This is just something I'm making up just to give the game a little bit of you know, some strategy without dropping every single staple that Final Fantasy has been known for throughout the years. And then maybe actually having some real spells to use in the heat of battle. Like Asuna, the spell, and possibly, I'm thinking to myself, well, haste. But you'd have to have a number of how many you'd be able to use. I was thinking similar to the way items work. Spells would work the same way, except they will renew after the battle is over. So, for example, you get like 3 Asunas, you know, 3 dispels, like 1, well, 2 dispels, 3 Asunas, and 1 haste, for example. That's just an example. And then of course they'd have items like antidotes and stuff like that, but I don't think they would need them because you can have Asuna, so I guess you wouldn't really need those items. And the items can work in a similar fashion. Well, it could run on a cooldown too, but it just seems like the items and all that are used for that purpose alone. And then I guess the Lionheart tonic wouldn't really need to be an item, it could just be a spell. For example, the Strength tonic could be changed to Bravery. If they had elements, then they could have actually had magic, and then they would have had Faith, which would increase magic damage.
Our mark is Drake's spine, and there's a lot of road between us and it. We press on to Stonehere.
But it makes sense to have stop the cooldowns. So you can use your abilities, but the cooldown would be stuck at where it's at.
Clive,
All cooldowns
You
will
must
be
go on
stuck
ahead
over there
without me.
at. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Think about it.
this
You can flick
stronghold
it but
is as old
stop,
as Phoenix Gate,
and
perhaps older.
you pretty much
It may
your
yet hide
cooldowns,
Ultima's
all your
remaining secrets,
iconic abilities
and if we
get
are to
placed
test him,
under
they must be unearthed.
a temporary
All right.
temporary
Stay out of
freeze, so
trouble.
to speak.
I always do.
Disable, on the other hand, will affect the feats. You can't use your feats. All you could do is dodges. Your
Sure
features
about
are
this?
disabled.
About leaving my brother on his own. Of course.
Asuna will only
I see.
remove blind, poison, and silence, like I said. And then, what do you call it? What's it called? Oh yeah, hate, and then of course slow, stop, and disable will be removed by dispel.
But if I'm right, we're not far from a village called Isla.
Then we make our way there, resupply, and wait for Joshua.
So dispel gets rid of 3 things, and you know, then you have Asuna gets rid of 3 things. The other 3 things are mainly focused on your icons, whereas the status effects, the first 3, has to do with Clive directly. Since blind affects his attacks, poison affects his health. You could have other ones too, but there's no need to, I don't think. That tastes so good. The Skittles. Skittles bud. Pre-rolls. Pre-rolls. See, I'm telling you, the music isn't bad in this game. The music is pretty good. Holds up. Holds up pretty well. So what do you guys think? Poison, blind, and silence. Should it have been in the game? I think yes. I think it should have been in the game. It's such a obvious mechanic that would have made the game have a bit more depth.
Like a morble's arsehole.
Like I said, just went over them already. I mean,
That'll kill us.
having these, you know, debuffs would have given the game a bit more diversity, and I think it would have worked perfectly. A bit more to worry about. And I also think that wait mode and active mode should have been something that should have been in the accessibility menu, not a ring that uses up an accessory slot. What do you think of that? I mean, no offense, but there is no telltale signs of an enemy's attack to perform and execute regular precision dodges, which there should be. It's an RPG game, it's a Final Fantasy game. I mean, and I think all enemies should have had stagger bars. It doesn't make sense that regular enemies don't have stagger bars. I mean, sure, they could have went down faster, but to not have stagger bars means that magic is all but useless. It's just a ranged attack. Nonetheless, that's not the biggest problem here. I think the problem is the lack of being able to use magic all the time. Whereas having something to prevent magic use at the silence that locks out such things as magic bursts and charge magic would have been appreciated by a lot of players. Not only does it keep the staples of Final Fantasy intact, it also has diversity that makes Clive not just become a constant square, square, triangle, constant square, square, triangle all the time. Because it gets old after a while. It's like, give me something that I need to work around. Like maybe there'd be a boss that inflicts some status effects instead of just getting knocked down. Because there is knockout, but that's the only one. Knockout. I mean, why can't we be focusing on other things except, like, the only thing we're focusing on is damage? Square, square, triangle, square, square, triangle, magic burst. It just seems so, like, if we had things to lock these out, we would have more to worry about, and then therefore it would give the combat a bit more, I don't know, diversity in terms of strategy, because you would have to go to different menus on the side here and decide whether or not you would need to use an item or you would need to use a spell, which means there'd be more of these on the side here. You'd have to switch between 3. Like, for example, what if you want to use haste? Haste can be used once in a battle, which increases the cooldown. I mean, technically this is like a form of haste, but it's berserk. I mean, I guess it's like haste, but it's not the same. Because my version of haste affects the iconic abilities at hand, which reduces the cooldown on all of them by 50%. Like, make sense of what the game is trying to give you. Try to make sense of it. Don't be stupid. Like, there are good abilities like Satellite, but the lack thereof depth, again, makes it pointless. Meaning, it doesn't really matter because there's not enough there. And then of course, adding in the elements. For example, maybe make this thing weak to lightning. Therefore, using something like lightning abilities would benefit. But in this, it doesn't really matter what you do. Or make it maybe weak to ice. Maybe it's weak to lightning or ice, or both. But in this game, it doesn't make a difference. So it doesn't matter what it's weak to because you couldn't really use... It doesn't make a difference what you use, really. It's just the same damage over and over again. It's just sad that they did it this way, that's all. Imagine having disable something that locks out feats and you couldn't use them. So say goodbye to permafrost. I'm stuck in between a tree and But really, this is what it comes down to, just using a combo and magic burst. And then of course, why not have things that disable how efficient Clive can be when it comes to this? Like, I think blind should make it so that you fail at attacks and precision dodges. Like, what if blind disabled precision dodges and makes attacks miss? Like physical attacks, 50% of the time. Making you really want to remove it because that's pretty nasty. When you think about it, that's pretty nasty. Like, I'm just demonstrating the combat system and you can see it's just a little I don't know, it's pretty much just use LB. This is like your haste mode. It basically places bravery, haste, and berserk on you. That's how strong it is. Berserk only helps in this matter. But then of course using your feats is amazingly helpful, and therefore I don't know why there's not enemy spells or abilities that hinder this. It would only make sense to hinder these. Making enemies more dangerous and keeping RPG staples intact like they should be. Now for a brief period, magic damage will rain down, eating away at the stagger bar. Why does he keep running away? What's going on here? I mean, sure, you can block, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good game just because you can block. There's a lot of things you could do. Unfortunately, active and wait mode is not an option in this game, because it's a huge downer. Like, why remove so many components of a Final Fantasy game? And this is why, if not for its grandiose story, this game would have got lower, like a 7 or a 6. But its story is what saves it. And there are some icons that have potential. I think all of the icons have potential, really. It's just the lack of Final Fantasy staples that make it so, I don't know, such a letdown. Like, they didn't have to remove all of these components. I mean, every Final Fantasy's had these, you know, staples within their games since the very beginning, and it's always been fine. They've always found it. They always found a way to incorporate them, like blind, poison, and silence elements, the different elements. But this game just didn't do it. Sure, they say that your aspect element changes, but it actually doesn't. Your element is always the same. Another thing that was disappointing was that they didn't allow you to get to third tier magic. What was that all about? Why didn't they ever introduce that? I don't think there was any good reason why they shouldn't have introduced it. And every status element, I mean, in fact, I mean, they could have went further to make it so that abilities of an element could have left, you know, I'd call them elemental effects. Like permafrost, elemental debuffs, burn for fire, which does damage similar to that of poison, except instead of having a sap effect every second, it'll just do a portion of damage every like minute or every 30 seconds or something like that. It does like, you know, a certain portion of damage, like 25% of their max HP. And lasts for How long should it last for? 2 minutes. No. Every 10 seconds, they take 25% of their own HP. So, burn, then therefore should last for 100 seconds. Yeah, 100 seconds. Or 90 seconds. Let's be fair. And certain things can deliver them, like, I don't know, abilities. Feats, mainly. For example, a shift shot should be able to burn a foe, or leave them with a burn, which does a small amount of damage every 10 seconds, and lasts for, like I said, 90 to 80 seconds, or 60 seconds. Yeah, 60 seconds. That's fine. But first of all, we really have to, like, address the fact that there's no elements, no status elements, status effects, no classic spells, no interruptions on the game's true mechanics, really. There's no, like, disabling of any of it. It's all just, like, easy peasy shit. The only thing that there is precision dodging, that's it. Otherwise, it's, like, kind of like a letdown in that respect. Like, don't you think silence would have made a lot of sense? I would love silence, that'd be awesome. Preventing all magical abilities. Icon abilities are different. Magic, I'm talking about magic. So charge magic, magic bursts, magic in general, all magic. Like, you wouldn't be able to use magic. Your magic would be disabled. So as I said, I think 120 seconds would make sense. I mean, I'm sorry, 90 seconds. Blind lasts for 60 seconds. Silence lasts for 90 seconds, and poison lasts for 120 seconds. It's just what I thought. I thought it'd be a good idea, but that's just me. Or something along the lines of that. Just probably try to be creative. Like, permafrost is a good status effect, which freezes enemies, which is equivalent to, like, that a stop. Closest thing that the limit break reminds me of is the trance mode from Final Fantasy IX. Like, I mean, think about it. Cold Snap inflicts permafreeze, so why wouldn't a shift shot inflict burn? It doesn't make sense. That was bad.
Too slow.
But permafreeze is really good. And it's sad because they say that there's different elements, but there really is no different element. It's the same element. It'd be so cool if there was actually different elements. I mean, that would have been really cool. Because it's not like the battle system is bad, it's just... there could have been so much more to make it a true Final Fantasy game, and I think we could all agree. No? I mean, I think so. I mean, Will of the Wisps is basically a form of Protect, I get it. In fact, a lot of Ifrit's abilities are forms of spells. Like Ignition is a lot like Haste, or this game's version of Haste. Will of the Wisps is like a lot like Protect. It's a damage reduction ability. And I get that. I mean, I see that there's some strategy to it. I mean, you gotta see the rate at which Ignition fills up the limit break bar quite a bit. But then later on, I realized Phoenix is just not that good because he's a gap closer that only offers Phoenix Shot. That's it. Or Shift Shot, I think it's called. I'll show you what I mean. Here, I'll go to this build. Go to this build right here. Shift Strike and Shift Shot. Which is pretty cool, but it's not that good. And again, there's no telegraphs to see an attack coming, so oftentimes it's really not helpful to play in active mode if you want to get the most out of your icons, such as Titan or any of them. But the fact remains that being able to disable your iconic features would have been greatly appreciated, giving an edge to the opponent and something for Clive to actually worry about as opposed to just getting knocked down. Because knockdown is one of the unique status effects, but it's really the only one that they have. Poison would have been appreciated. And kind of like what they did with Permafrost, I think having something like that for all of them would have been appreciated. Like, being frozen is really cool, but burn would have been cool too. Like, imagine Bubble would afflict silence, and then you wouldn't be able to use magic attacks for like 90 seconds, unless you got rid of it. Shift Strike. But you get so used to using the the double square triangle combo that it gets so repetitious that it's all you really think about doing. When realistically there should be attacks that prevent them from being so simple. Like if they had things like silence and blind, it wouldn't be so simplistic. You wouldn't always be able to do those combos. There'd be things you'd have to, take into consideration. Though I would think you have to add things into the game that would benefit. For example, heal, as Torgal gets, experience. Maybe the petting thing does do something. I don't know what it does, but so far it doesn't seem to do anything. But maybe they'd have to adjust Torgal and have something where he can heal, like as he starts to level up with Clive, he should be able to eventually heal basic status effects. Not advanced, he can't dispel things like debuffs, but he can get rid of status effects such as blind, silence, and poison through using the heal command. And it doesn't always work, sometimes it'll work. Again, I'd say a 50-50. 50-50 split. Using him as a healer. Sometimes every once in a while, he'll occasionally heal debuffs. Status effects. So there's a lot of things, a lot of notes I would make down. I'm sorry, a lot of notes I would take down. I'm talking with a headset on, so it gets a little...
Too slow.
Convoluted. Like, you'll see Phoenix Ship will eventually lose its favor. Later on, once you get some of the later icons, it just obviously does. But the base is to go into your limit break, try to get criticals with Torgal. But yeah, Torgal, I guess he acts like regeneration in a sense. But they could have had spells such as regeneration in the game, believe it or not. I would have preferred it. I know that. Or maybe once during the battle have Torgal, instead of heal, it says regeneration. And then once you use regeneration, it goes down to heal. That would have been a cool way to do things too. Like sick could be mutilate, and ravage could be maul, I guess. Ravage. Maul. Yeah, I would say mutilate and maul. Mutilate, maul, and regenerate. But you could only use them once, and they would be lit up, like, so to speak. I used strength, but... But this is where the battle system shines, and they just didn't do anything to hinder it. But you just think they would, because it makes the game become sort of repetitive. Like, it really does become repetitive. It's like nothing to really... That's sad, when you think about it. It's kind of sad. Because if they had something that could have balanced that out, it would have been a lot more creative, you know? This isn't really creative. This is just flashy. Some abilities are creative, like Satellite, which increases the amount of damage you deal. With magic attacks, because magic attacks are generally low on the damage pool. And I think you should just be patient if you're playing in wait mode. Because you'll fuck up the mechanic, that's why. But as you can see, the game's combat relies on flash. You know, flashy effects. Doesn't really rely too much on strategy, and doesn't really want you to think too much about strategy. Just wants you to sort of get into it, and no choice is really wrong. You just, you know, go with the fucking... Although there are some better combos out there than others. Like, for example, Ignition is a really good ability. Ignition is pretty much your equivalent of haste. It's like mini limit break. It really is. And Will of the Wisps, well, let's put it this way. Will of the Wisps is like your protect in this game. It acts as a damage reducer, while also delivering some damage outward to enemies. Similar to how, like I was saying about the whole burn ideology, it would have been cool to have enemies left with a burn that would have surrounding fire on them. and they would take periodical damage for, you know, a good 90 seconds or so. Or maybe like just for 60 seconds, but does it like every 10 seconds they take 25% of their, you know, own HP. 25% of their max HP. Whereas my idea for poison in this game would be... Why is there a lock on there? What's that about? What's that? Why is that? What's that? What's that for? Oh, I locked it, right. Flames of Rebirth. Wow. And then again, also, why didn't they have their level spells? What was that about? Like, they really fucked the pooch on that. Like, why not have magic burst, charge magic, and then, I don't know, etheric magic, I guess? Charge magic. I'm thinking. Ultra charge magic? Magnus magic. Magnus charge magic. I think Ultra Magic would have been the best, though. Or Magic Burst, Charge Magic, Magnus Magic. Magnus Magic could have been third tier. Or Magnus Charge Magic. Magnus Magic Charge. Hold down the button for even longer, or again, they could have just did it this way. Charge magic, and then you learn the third level of it, where you hold down the button for about twice the amount of time for it to become a third level spell. That's all. Wouldn't have been that hard. And if you had noticed, Magic Burst has 2 levels. When you learn the third level of Charge Magic, you'd also learn the third level of Magic Burst too, because it seems like the Magic Burst also has 2 tiers, but it doesn't go past 1. I mean, it doesn't go past 2. It doesn't get to the third tier. So third tier magic, it's a shame that we don't get that, you know? It really should have been in the game. I could only imagine what it would be, what it would look like, but yes, there is actually 2 Magic Burst tiers. There's level 1 tier, and then there's level 2 tier. See? They show it to you in the box. That's level 1. And at the end, I'll show you level 2. That's level 2. Now, all I really needed to do here was add another charge, you know, get an upgrade one more time. Sure, it should be expensive without a doubt, and, you know, but I still think it should have had it. Like, it could have been really expensive to master, like 5,000 or something like that, but I still think they should have had it. And I'm not even sure what I'm going to upgrade right now. We have Heat Wave upgraded. Scarlet Cyclone is not that good, but Rising Flames is decent. Because it's quick. Judgment Bolt. I don't think it's as good as Diamond Dust, though. Blind Justice. This is when an enemy is electrified, which is, again, sort of like a status effect, like similar to Permafrost. It throws out little balls of delayed damage, which is pretty cool, but I think Mega Flare is still better, which just rains down damage all over the fucking place. And then, of course, you have Satellite, which already buffs up your magic. It's like Faith, the spell Faith. It's very similar to Faith, as it pretty much adds 3 stars to your stagger and a star to your magic. Damage, that is. 3 stars to your stagger and 1 star to your magic. Allowing your magic damage to deal 1.5. And as far as the tier and stagger goes, 3.5. So it's pretty helpful. Since magic in general is supposed to be, what, a half? So if you use charge magic, it becomes 1 star with 1 stagger. If they would have given you 2, that would have been nice, because then you would have had, what, I just imagine, you would add another star to it, and another, yeah, 1 more star of stagger, 1 more star of melee damage, which would then therefore allow you to deal a full 2 stars of stagger and 2 stars of damage, which would have made sense, I think. See, Burning Blade, this allows you to deal a star of damage. Since it's connected to your main attack, it adds an additional half a star. Not really that great, in my opinion, since it's just doing exactly that. Since a combo is considered half a star as well. So a melee attack, half a star. So when you do it, you're pretty much getting in. I'm not really sure what the deal is with magic. Magic is supposed to do more stagger, and it does. If you use charge magic, the whole thing's a fucking mess, if I'm gonna be honest. They messed a lot of shit up here. Because magic is just a ranged, fast projectile type of attack. It's not really anything different than melee attacks. It does the same amount of damage, although it really doesn't. It doesn't do a half of. It does more like, these measurements are not accurate at all. Not accurate. A lot of the other ones are, but these base ones are not accurate. Like, I've seen using Burning Blade, it definitely does more than a combo does. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Burning Blade does like a full star at least. And magic, I know it does a half a damage of sword damage, but it does more in stagger. Definitely does. Taunt. This thing's really good, Lightning Rod. When you use it with Will o' the Wisps, it could be really useful. But nonetheless, there's a lot of things I missed out on, and I'm just trying to point out some of the really, really good ideas. Like blind, having your attacks miss 50% of the time, your physical attacks, and disable your precision dodging. That would be blind. Or again, 50% of the time, your dodges won't work, and your attacks will miss. Your melee attacks. Melee attacks miss 50% of the time, and your precision dodges will also miss 50% of the time. So both dodges and melee hits miss 50%. While poison damages you with a sap effect for about 90 seconds. Blind lasts for 60 seconds, and then silence disables all magical abilities, such as magic burst, and charge magic, and regular magic. Then we have other effects that are spells, and considered debuffs, and cannot be gotten rid of through pure means of Asuna, which is a spell that I think should be in this game. I mean, imagine blind being something that would be really, really, like, it could be devastating. Blind could be a pretty nasty status ailment in this game. It could have been. And now we get to the, alright, so the spell debuffs, not the status effects. The 3 status effects I went over: blind, poison, and silence. Those are basic status effects. Then we have the more advanced debuffs, so to speak. Then the 3 debuffs in this game would be, like I said, disable, which disables your iconic features. Slow, which reduces the cooldown of all iconic abilities by 50%. And stop, which pretty much stops the cooldown of all abilities. All iconic abilities will be stopped. In other words, you could use them, but their cooldowns they're frozen. So wherever they're at, they stay that way until stop wears off. The time on how long it lasts, I mean, I'm not really sure. I haven't thought that far into the future. I just know that these ideas would have worked had they implemented them. But they didn't. And I'm not really sure why. All I do know is had they added this stuff, the game would have been greatly appreciated and probably would have reached the 9s. And then of course adding elements into the game. It's not much that they really needed to do here. I mean, adding elements, that's a simple thing, man. Like have ignition leave a burn on the enemy, for crying out loud. Or at least a chance of inflicting a burn, or even have the condition called burn. And like, why not have something like unique, like for example, I don't know, have wind abilities cause confusion, which will have foes attacking other foes. I mean, obviously once they get attacked they'll snap out of it, but still, have confusion. What happened to confusion? I think things like, I don't know, gouge could have inflicted confusion. I mean, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it can certainly do a lot in other ways, like stagger. And obviously if it's doing a lot in stagger, it's relentlessly fucking them up. So it has a 50% chance of inflicting confusion. May leave the target confused. Which means if there are any other targets out on the field, they will attack them instead of you. They may still attack you though. Again, it's a 50-50 split. This is just my opinion. Again, this is a good idea. This worked. Since electrocution is definitely a thing. But again, what about this? Wings of Light. Maybe this should have did lots of damage or automatically killed Ultima Thralls, since they're undead, so to speak. I mean, remember how Dia works. Dia is supposed to be something that kills, you know, enemies off the bat. And Wings of Light, status effect could be instant death to certain enemies, like Ultima Thralls. Wouldn't work all the time, but it would have a chance of doing it. 25% chance, we'll keep it low. 25% chance individually, is not as a whole. So when Wings of Light shoots out a mega flare, there's a chance that anything that gets hit by it may get, you know, instantly killed if it's an Ultima Thrall. Shiva gives you a permafrost, which makes a lot of sense. But I'm not seeing confusion, I'm not seeing burn, and I'm not seeing and I'm not seeing, I don't know, what about cripple? Or expose? Something that Titanic Block could have did. Earth. could have delivered something like Expose. I mean, or Withered. I'm just thinking, you know, think about it. Titanic Block could stagger an enemy, you know. Could have placed him into a temporary stagger or a pressured state, pressured. Oh, you know, something like that. Because if you get a full 3 Titanic Block combo, I think it should definitely leave them withered. Or weathered. Or winded. Or exhausted. It places them into the exhaust state. When an enemy is exhausted, they will be sort of like in the staggered state for about 10 seconds and can't do anything. They're getting their senses together. Similar to a pressured state. Again, all this stuff could have been implemented into the game to make the game's combat more fun and enjoyable. But again, with all this added in, you'd have things to balance it out. Like ways to disable your iconic abilities, like slow and, well, haste you can use yourself from the abilities menu, from the command menu. Haste will increase the cooldown of your icon abilities by 50%. I think that's a good idea. Makes a lot of sense. And then, of course, I mean, because of the game clearly is focused, its focal point is the icons. That's everything in this game. It's pretty much the icons. And so, therefore, since these are your party members, in a sense, using haste to increase the cooldown and keeping kind of like all of your time magic is sort of connected to your icons, that seems to make sense since the status ailments are sort of connected to Clive's direct attacks, not the icon attacks. So then, therefore, we have disable to disable the features that each one offers. We have slow, which slows down the cooldown period for all of the icon abilities that you have. Each one of these lasts for about a minute. Right? Want to be fair on this, right? Or should it be 2 minutes? I think 120 seconds makes sense. 120 seconds for slow, at least. Disable should last for probably 60 seconds. Stop is going to be the deadly one that I was going to probably consider doing. Stop would last for a long time. It freezes all cooldown periods in their place. Meaning that you can use them, you can use your abilities, but it freezes the cooldown for 120 seconds. Slow just slows down the abilities. Just gotta see, because most abilities their cooldown periods are only 20 seconds. So to make slow last for about a minute, that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense, actually. Because most abilities only run on a 20-second cooldown. So to make slow last for about 120 seconds, same thing with stop, 120 seconds. Stop, again, you can still use your abilities, even with slow and stop. You can still use them, it's just that the cooldown periods on them will be affected. Meaning stop will prevent the cooldowns from actually continuing forward. So until stop wears off, you really can't use these abilities unless they haven't been used yet. It stops the cooldowns. Cooldowns get frozen. Freezing your cooldowns ultimately makes you have to think about which abilities you should use and which ones you shouldn't use until stop wears off. Again, this is just to add some strategy into the game's combat system that otherwise is bland. And then again, we have slow, which I just gone over. This just slows down the cooldown period for 120 seconds, about 2 minutes. And this is totally fair because it just makes the cooldowns twice as long. So something like 25 second cooldown now has a 50-second cooldown. while under slow. Again, doubles the cooldown period. And stop freezes the cooldown period. Disables iconic beats. I was thinking personally for that one, just 90 seconds. Seems fair. Or 60 seconds. 60 seconds, I think. That's fair. Haste lasts for 120 seconds as well, if they had it implemented in the game, and if it were up to me. I would have something like Haste, a one-time usable spell, similar to the way items work. Or they could have even added it in as an item. Like, they didn't have to have spells. They could have had the tonic of haste or swiftness tonic. Like stone skin tonic, strength tonic, swift tonic. But they didn't, so. But it would have been nice to see some of the, you know, initial abilities, you know, like haste, dispel, Isuna. Some of these would have been really appreciated. I know a lot of people would have liked it. Because haste could have did some pretty cool shit. They had Lionheart, which was the closest thing that gradually fills a limit break gauge for 33 seconds. I always thought that this would be sort of like a rise, but it never works. So much for that. But Stone Skin again also acts sort of like Protect. This definitely acts as a consumable, which I was thinking the Isuna tonic. Like, or just an Isuna? I don't know. They had tonics. Remedy, that's what it was, a remedy. If they had a remedy, then they could have had the remedy be a usable item, which would remove blind, silence, and poison, but wouldn't affect any of the debuffs. It would only affect the ailments. In order to get rid of the debuffs, you would have to learn Dispel. And I think that's why there could have been some spells that were different than magic. Spells would be different than magic. Spells would be usable things that you'd have to only be able to use in a certain... Like, for example, you could only use this ability so many times in a battle. Like, for example, you'd have, you know, Dispel, Isuna, and Haste. Haste can only be used once per battle. And that's when you learn them, that is, as well. Haste can only be used once per battle. Isuna could be used 3 times per battle. And Dispel could be used 2 times. Or also 3 times. I don't know. Something like that. You could have also added extra mechanics such as having Torgal place regeneration on you. Or having Torgal learn the ability to heal debuffs and or status ailments through his healing ability. There was so many things they could have did to make this game I mean, it's really sad that they didn't add the strategy that this game really definitely needed. But what are you gonna do, man? They just didn't add it. I'm not paying attention right now, so that's why I'm dying, but I mean, unfortunately, there was some things that were missing, and I'm just like looking at it now, and I'm saying to myself, yeah, unfortunately, the game, it fell short in certain areas. And that mainly comes down to the combat. I mean, they could put it all together, you know what I mean? Like, ultimately, though, having ways to hinder your abilities would have been a nice touch to this battle system. Now, upon getting a third one, you should be able to exhaust the enemy. It just makes sense. You performed a titanic chain, and upon the third one, it should exhaust them. Not a stagger per se, but it should certainly be something similar to a stagger. Like maybe for a few seconds they're like winded and they have to get their shit together. I mean, I don't know why they didn't, is what I mean. Why did they remove elements? Those are my biggest, I guess the biggest reasons why I felt like they really dropped the ball is by removing the staples that made Final Fantasy what it was. Like, I'm pretty sure Torgal could have learned some special attacks. Again, he uses a wind ability, but there is no element, so it makes no difference. Maybe certain gear would have empowered certain elements, like, for example, if you're using a certain kind of weapon, like the Brightburn, it would empower light elemental damage and more. I don't know, I'm just thinking how they could have added a little bit more flair. Maybe, you know, armor would have did more than just have defense and HP. Maybe some of them would have unique attributes that would, you know, like similar to the way they had it in 12, like different gear, or 9, different gear will offer different types of abilities. Like maybe some gear offers immunity to a certain status ailment, like blind, or silence, or disable, slow. That's if they were even in the game to begin with. If they weren't in the game, the ability to disable your magic, your icon abilities, and hinder your ability to attack and perform combos, all just remain the same. Which is very surprising considering these are staples that have been in every single Final Fantasy since the very beginning. Blind, silence, and poison. I mean, that's just insane. And then don't even get me started on the active and wait mode. I mean, active and wait mode, they don't even allow you to access that from the main menu. You have to actually use up an accessory slot. I mean, that's so stupid. And no bonus on performing a Titanic counter combo, nothing. See, that's what should happen every time you get a Titanic counter combo successfully. It's still fun to perform, and that's why I said if they added some of these things into the game, it would have been fun. It would have been a lot of fun. Watch how the HP goes up now. To me, and all those that believe in them, you know, it's like I always say, if you think I don't know what I'm talking about, then fine. But you tell me if the game would have been better if it had these things in it. I think it would have been. I think it would have been a lot better. Because it would be catering to all kinds of players, not just people who are looking to play an action game that's mindless. Which is kind of what we ended up with a really grandiose story. Make no mistake, I give it credit for that. It deserves it. It earned it, you know? It's a good game when it comes to the story department. Really good. But that's not the only thing that makes up Final Fantasy. It's also an in-depth combat system. And that's, I guess, where my complaint comes in, is that they did such a good job with the story and everything, and in the end they dropped the ball on the stupidest things. Like, they had a good combat system going, and yet they just made it so bland that I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense. It's like they didn't even try. Sad but true. But I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. If they had added these aspects into the game, you'd be looking at a really good Final Fantasy. I could have stood up there with the greats. But they chose to dig their own grave. You know, basically. They dug their own grave by making a very mindless battle system that a Final Fantasy game deserves more. They deserve more than that. Da 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 ba ba da 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 ba da. Well, you know what they say, all is fair in love and aerobics. I don't know who says that, but someone definitely says that. All is fair in love and aerobics. Alrighty. Tidy. Righty tighty. But we're gonna get more into 16. Don't you worry about that. I have my plans. My plans are very direct and specific. Let's talk about why they didn't add elements into the game, despite saying that there were elements. Why they got rid of the basic status ailments that every single Final Fantasy has always had in them, which would be blind, silence, and poison, the basics. And then, last but not least, where is the tactical, like, you know, where's the tactical end of this game? Like, why don't they actually have, you know, well, I mean, you know, like, ways to slow down or disable the abilities that the icons give you, I guess to put it simply. I mean, it doesn't seem like they added much or really gave any real effort into the game's combat when it came to disabling or hindering Clive and or his abilities with the icons. Meaning that him and his party members are pretty much just fine. Like, wouldn't it have been kind of interesting, and I mean, it's surprising they don't have that, something that can disable the iconic features that each one has, such as Titanic, you know, block, Wings of Light, Phoenix Shift. Again, I don't even really use this right now. Phoenix Shift is good, but once you get I don't know, this isn't the build I use right now. I'm using this build. Big fan of Garuda, but later on she becomes less useful. And since I've been talking and playing, I haven't really been concentrating. There's other things too, like I've already mentioned. Wait mode and active mode. That really shouldn't have been a ring. A ring has things like, you know, assistance, not a core integral gameplay decision, which all Final Fantasies have, wait mode or active mode. It's not supposed to make you feel guilty. It's just the mode that you feel more comfortable with. Active mode allows precision dodges to be telegraphed. Doesn't allow them to be telegraphed. Wait mode allows precision dodges to be telegraphed. It's not really a big difference. I mean, it shouldn't be like congregated to a ring or designated to a ring that takes up an accessory slot that makes you feel kind of guilty, when realistically it's just a gameplay decision. The other rings, I understand why they're rings, because, well, let's face it, the rings ultimately have Clive automatically use his icon abilities and or automatically have Torgal's assistance. Will automatically dodge, which, again, the timely ring of focus doesn't do that. It just allows you to play in time in wait mode. This game's equivalent of wait mode. They could have added a third menu for something called spells, which would have been different than magic. I think that would have been pretty cool to have spells. I mean, I don't know how they wanted to handle the third tier spells, but it's a shame that they didn't have third tier spells, because they should have definitely had third tier spells. I mean, they had abilities, right? But they didn't really have spells. They have abilities, feats. They didn't have spells. And they also didn't have skills either. But that's fine, because they had feats, and that's basically like skills. When I think about it closely, though, like each feat is used for different things. I mean, the usefulness of Phoenix Shift is that it's a gap closer that allows you to follow up with damage. So it's a DPS type of gap closer. Deadly Embrace is also a gap closer, believe it or not, but it's more flexible, that allows you to either go upward on big foes or allows you to pull the enemy close toward you, allowing for, I think, deadly combos. But you can't follow up with magic like you can with Phoenix Shift, allowing you to do shift shots. See, shifting increases shift distance. You can read all about it. It's definitely costly, but definitely worth it. Cold Snap. It's a follow-up, it's like a precision dodge that allows Frostbite to affect enemies with permafrost, which permanently freezes them. Now, I think they could have taken this a step further and allowed for things like Phoenix Shift. If you perform a shift shot or a shift strike successfully, there could be a 50% chance that you could dish out burn damage, which sets the enemy on fire and deals, I don't know, 25% of their damage for every 5 seconds that goes by for 30 seconds or something like that. Something that's it's not really that bad, it's just like a minor burn. Then, of course, we have the wind element that should have definitely been a go-to for the confusion. Confusion was something that I really didn't understand. It should have definitely been in the game. Some things like Gouge could have inflicted confusion in despite of their lack of damage. In spite of this, they do other things like rip through stagger, and they also confuse enemies, leaving them completely disoriented. Confusion often happens to leave the foe just completely helpless, oftentimes attacking their own enemies and sometimes even attacking you, but oftentimes in the beginning and the onset of confusion, the foe doesn't know what to do. So they're very easy to exploit confused enemies. Or we could change that to winded. Winded, when a foe is winded, they are in a temporary state of which they cannot discern foe from friend. Only lasts for 30 seconds though. You have to have like, you know, limitations on these things. Like for example, Titanic block, if you were able to land 3 of them, there'd be more incentive if they exhausted the enemy. And an exhausted enemy would be completely staggered, in a temporary state of stagger, not really staggered. They'd be exhausted for 10 seconds, allowing them to be completely vulnerable to all attacks and damage. Unlike stagger, they are not vulnerable to additional damage and are able to get back on their feet with stagger bars as it was, you know, and it only lasts for 10 seconds. So this is called exhaust, and only happens when you perform a full Titanic counter combo. This would have been fine. I think they should have just called it electrify or electrocution, which is fine. I think all these should have had status effects connected to them. For some reason, only some of them did, and that is sort of a letdown because it would have added more strategy and more diversity to each character. You know, all the icons. Allowing for more, like I said, diversity in their features alone. And then, like I said, below the wicks and ignition are this game's respective versions of haste and protect / shell. I mean, ultimately, the game revolves around these 3 abilities, as Limit Break is pretty much like Berserk. This is like haste, and this is definitely like something that would obviously reduce damage. It absorbs damage, so it also damages nearby enemies as well, so it's like a ball of fire. And it's the closest you'll get to being able to inflict something similar to burn, since anybody that comes to you will take damage periodically. There are ways to extend the ability through Lightning Rod, obviously. This is a really good combo that you could use with Will of the Wicks. But I would have liked to have saw more things like Cold Snap with status effects such as Permafrost and the likes. I also would have liked to have seen elemental damage actually having an effect. And also scanning enemies. Like, what about, like, for example, they only have 2 main menus here. They have the dog, which is irrelevant. Realistically, it really is irrelevant. You can get a critical every once in a while if you use it manually, but ultimately the damage isn't really worth it. Then you have an items menu, which again is sort of irrelevant because it's just a shortcut menu. They should have added a 3rd one, which would have allowed for something called spells. Spells would have been things like ways to get rid of, like for example, you have 3 Asunas in the game, well, in a battle. You're able to use Asuna 3 times. The only difference between that and items is that items you have to go and purchase. Spells will renew themselves upon the end of the battle. So in other words, during a battle, like an encounter, you have Isuna and you can use it up to 3 times in battle. You could also use things like remedies as well, and other things that remove status ailments. You also have the ability to use the spell 2 times. This removes things that affect the iconic cooldown clock, such as your icons, your iconic features, and your iconic abilities. Things such as disable, slow, and stop. Use the spell to remove them. Then haste can be used once a battle and lasts for about 60 seconds. That allows Clive to have his cooldowns reduced by half, allowing you to use your abilities quite often for about 1 minute, but can only be used once during the battle, so be careful. And the only thing, like, Sick and Ravage, Sick doesn't do anything. Well, Sick just attacks land foes. Ravage will juggle a foe into the sky. That's all it does. You could use it with regular magic to keep a foe, you know, juggled if you want. So again, we could write this list down. Elements is one of the things that would have been nice. Elements, right? Elements. Think about it. Elements. Elements is something that all Final Fantasies have benefited from, and there's no reason to not have elements. Another spell, again, would have been, of course, Scan. Scan the enemy to find out what their weaknesses and what their resistances are. Didn't have to be that complicated. It could have been as simple as resistance to lightning damage and weakness to fire damage. HP, yada yada. You know, I mean, like, they just didn't really seem to go that hard when it came to adding in a complex battle system. They really went as simple as they possibly could and put a lot of their efforts into the story. Like, I have to say that that was the biggest letdown for me, was the fact that it had such a great story, and it really did. The story was pretty good. I mean, when you think about it, it had depth in both the character development and a politically driven fantasy narrative, which is generally not easy to do both. And they were able to manage to do both. The ignition. Good way to gain health as well, if you know what I'm talking about. Satellite. I always look at this as basically like Faith. This game's version of Faith. Mega Flare. But it's the biggest reason for me personally as to why the game got stale, was because there was really nothing that was standing in Clive's way to challenge him. Other than precision dodges, which, I mean, we already know about that. I think level 3 magic should have definitely been available at one point or another, but wasn't. I think status ailments should have definitely existed to a minimum of blind, poison, and silence, which every single Final Fantasy has had since the birth of its creation. And perhaps maybe unique magical abilities that would be called spells or something like that, skills and spells or something. That'd be on the main menu here. Works similar to the way items work, except they renew upon the end of battle. So you would have Torgal, items, and then spells. Or skills. Better yet, skills. Which would include things like Isuna, Haste, Dispel. Just basic stuff, really. Nothing crazy. Just the ability to remove debuffs, and the ability to remove status ailments, and the ability to increase your, well, reduce your cooldowns for a little while. I would say, since all the time abilities last for about, I would place a 2 minutes on each of them. So stop lasts for 120 seconds, slow lasts for 120 seconds. Or you could do it in such a way where haste lasts for 60 seconds. But I think giving them all 120 seconds seems to be fair. I'm not really trying to go anywhere right now. I have to restock items before we move forward. I have tons of AP. Yeah, Shiba's abilities suck though. Except for Diamond Dust. Let's be honest. Like, willpower was supposed to be what affects stagger, and that's really what stagger should do. Mental aptitude. The easier it is to knock down targets, I don't get it. And they really didn't put a big emphasis on magic affecting stagger and regular attacks affecting, you know, health. They didn't really get into it. Like, I feel like they really just went bare bones on the combat system. I don't want to bash the game too much, but they really feel like they could have did so much more with the combat system, and they just didn't. And I don't really know why. It's almost kind of like they decided to just not really give a shit about what they were doing with the combat. Like, they didn't want to add in all the things that make combat good. And I think you know what I mean by that. Like, the basics of RPGism. You know, just the basic shit. You know, like, it's nothing crazy, it's just the basics. All RPGs have basics that they follow. And we all know that, too. It's nothing new. And I didn't say this would be my best video ever, I'm just saying that it seems like they really skimped out on the combat aspect. I'm not really sure why. There's no real good reason for it. There really isn't. I'll be right back. And I'm back once more. Back once more to actually really get into the game now, but I did want to express my gratitude on how bad the combat was lacking in this game. It is lacking compared to most Final Fantasy games. Though, surprisingly, really good in-depth story. Can you believe that? The story is unrealistically good.
Nothing like a dish of cold vengeance to foul the gut.
I'm sorry, Nan. I didn't mean to make things worse. Just thought
Alright.
I had to protect you. Like
This is
you've
the middle of a
protected
side
me.
quest. Again, a
Aye,
lot of story.
well, someone had to. Your
But had
parents
they added a
certainly
little bit
didn't give a
more
whit for
in
your
terms of the
well-being.
mechanics,
Reckon the both of us would be
I
worse
think
off
the
if I'm
game
not
would have been
taking you
much
on.
better off.
You've always been my
And would have been able to
right
hold its weight.
and I'd have you stay that way.
But
So don't you
because the
dare go looking for
combat was so
trouble again.
shallow,
I
it
will.
wasn't able to hold up
If you ever
the
need
grand
help, I'll do
story
it
that they were
again
trying to
and
tell.
again, and
Too
you
long.
can't stop me.
Why, you big lump.
That's just my opinion.
Fine. Play the hero if it makes you happy.
Thanks, Nan. I won't let you down.
That's because they didn't add
There's nothing he would
anything
do for
after a
you.
certain point. It was
That's
just...
as maybe. But if he's ever
And
to
that's
make
why I
his own
say
way in
this
life,
game really opens
he'll
up
need to start looking
really
out for
well.
himself as well.
But it starts to go stale
Till
after
then,
the death of
he'll
Annabella.
need people to watch his back.
Maybe even before
just
then.
like you did in Dalamil.
I feel like it really does
Don't
wear
think I
thin
didn't appreciate that.
a bit
Of course.
sooner than the story wants it to be, and that's the problem.
Stop it.
Because I'm not gonna lie, I think the game was great
Don't
in the
go
beginning.
thinking that'll do
It
you
really
any
was.
favours. A potion today will cost you the
Especially
same
the
as it did
introduction of the
yesterday.
iconic encounters is really cinematic, and it was awesome. And that's what this game is really, you know, that's what it's exceptionally, specifically this Final Fantasy is all about. It's all about cinema and flashiness, you know, eye-popping abilities, and how to make the most out of these abilities through the stagger mechanic they introduce. And your limit break mechanic as well. Again, all introduced slowly through the course of many encounters, which starts out with the infamous Garuda encounter with Benedicta. But also, just in general, the story does play out nicely in the areas of very, like, very realistic. You know, there's a lot of areas that were taken into the same design as 12, like the zones, you know, the world map. The world that they're introducing is very much like the way they introduced 12 and Ivalice. And then more irony comes to the fact that the story is drawn out a lot like the way Tactics draws out their story. It's drawn out in many different, you know, intermission periods of the character's life, going from childhood to young adult to a man in his prime. Like, the game does a really good job at expression of the story, and that's the only reason it gets the 8.6. I mean, personally, because of how flashy and cool the combat is, specifically the iconic encounters, they're really fun. If the combat was not as easy to get your hands on and just have fun with it as it is, I guess then you'd have to take points off for it. The only thing I'd say that really stalls and feels stale with the combat is that there's not enough depth. And I know I've said that a million times already, but it's true. There's just not enough depth for it to hold an 80-hour campaign.
Let me tell you a story, Clive.
And there's only so much story you can listen to, ironically.
Rumours wet legs were spreading. Might be they weren't just tales plucked out of thin air. You see, there were a time when I weren't too particular about who I sold steel to, so long as they paid me the right price. Some women lust after blood, others after flesh, but me, I were always one for gold. To satisfy that lust, I sold to opposing armies, stabbed my every client in the back, made myself the most hated woman in the twins. But then one day I met a man who made me a different kind of offer.
Said it'd give me access to a realm-wide community of like-minded individuals in constant need of steel and sundries. On the condition I sold to him and his alone.
Was that the first time you met Sid?
Aye. And I fell right into his damn trap. He was true to his word, so I ended up being true to mine. And I soon started making the best profits I've seen since taking up the trade. And all without
taking up the trade.
Except Sid himself, that is. Told me about his plan to topple the mother crystals, you know. Said that with them gone, the realm would want for all manner of things. An opportunity for the likes of me to mint Gil.
Well, it's important.
An individual could find himself the richest gem in the twins. And that's when he had me. I emptied my stores that day and moved into the hideaway proper. And the rest, as they say, is ancient bloody history.
History.
I'm still not the richest dam. Not for lack of trying, mind. But I can say that I have never been happier. You've all shown me there are some things more precious than Gil.
That there are.
Oh, there is, yes.
So don't you go messing it all up, or you'll have me to answer to.
I won't forget that. Beginning characters, all good shit. Really, really good stuff. They put a lot of work into it. Combat just fell shy of being diverse enough to carry a really long campaign together. Because, like I said, in the beginning of the game, it was all good, all fine. It was just not having these integral things just felt wrong. And it also got boring and repetitively stale by the end of the game. Unfortunately, for me it did. I don't know how it was for other people, but for me it was, like I said, I wouldn't lie. Just got boring after a while. But that's not to say that the combat was bad. It wasn't bad. It's just that they could have added more to it to make it better. And more diverse, varied, and flexible. And just exciting and more challenging. While still maintaining the roots of the RPG that it always has been. I mean, it was a genre at one point, you know? It had a genre. Alright. Now, I'm smoking Skittles. You've had Skittles before? You're probably just thinking, oh, this guy's a pothead who just thinks he wants to bash Final Fantasy 16. No, I'm a connoisseur of these games, and I'm telling you, man, they went balls to the walls crazy on the story. I mean, I've never seen a game with such a good story and character development in a long time. They had both in spades. Both in spades. I mean, it's amazing to have both in spades. So I say, you know, I think the game did a really good job at the item system. And there's definitely things they did right. It's just that they could have added a bit more. I hardly ever need to rely on items because, again, they don't really offer much in terms of, like, actual enemies fucking you up. Like, they could have added more enemy variety in terms of status effects and debuffs and whatnot. Instead, they just had buffs, enemies. And buffs for Clive, do strength potions and whatnot. Again, if there's anything I found out through this game, it's pretty much maximize your stagger during combat, and then maximize your damage during stagger. Means stagger damage, which means focus on magic. One I have to lock here would be satellite, because satellite's really important. I think satellite, I look at that as faith. It's like really good. Another one that's really good is cold snap. These two, ignition, will of the wicks. Ignition is both good for a stagger, and it's also good to build up the LP with. Because that's what it comes down to, this battle system. It comes down to dishing out as much damage as you possibly can during a stagger. Outside of that, there really isn't much to it. Now, in order to increase stagger, you'll want to use things such as Blind Justice, Permafrost, Mega Flare, Titanic Block. These feats are all useful at reducing stagger. That's what the feats are mainly for, to reduce stagger. And/or gap close, such as Phoenix's Shift and the Deadly Embrace. But later on in the game, their abilities become far more useful than their feats. But I won't lie, they are good feats in the beginning of the game, and Garuda follows suit to almost be useful at any point in the game because of her flexibility. Deadly Embrace is a grapple, and you can grapple smaller enemies, or you could lift yourself up high with bigger enemies, following it with Ignition and possibly Wicked Wheel, and then following up with Upheaval for massive damage. In the beginning of the game, I did use Gouge for a bit, but you want to generally save your icon abilities for a stagger. So it's better off using Upheaval with, Wicked Wheel with Upheaval. It generally works pretty well. As Wicked Wheel does do some decent damage, but it's not really about the damage, it's about how it does damage while lifting you into the air, and then allowing you to use Upheaval, which will be at its maximum amount, since you'll be up in the air, which does more damage in midair. Allowing you to skip the entire charge button sequence. You just go up in the air and do the maximum amount of charge from midair. It's pretty good. And if I was gonna master anything, I'd probably go with Rising Flames. Works really well with the Phoenix Shift. Like, if I were gonna put a build together right now, let's see. Let's say if I wanted to make a build that's based off of an early game build. Early game build would be something like this. These are just examples of different types of builds. And Scarlet's no, Rising Flames is good. And so is Ignition. Ignition's also good. Raging Fists and Rook's Gambit. These are both abilities to work on taking down a target's stagger, but also helps you become more useful during a precision dodge. Gives you more, I guess, things to do during a precision dodge. Gives you more options, I guess you could say. We're gonna try it out because I'm gonna be going to my next. We're gonna be going back to Ash now. The Shadow Coast. We're actually gonna be going to Waloed on foot. And again, like I said, if not for the repetitive combat system, I'd love it. And that's why sometimes I just switch my icons just to have some, you know, just a little something different, you know, to have different party members in my group. Because you change the way Clive fights when he changes his icon. And since you get more, you know, more than enough icons to switch around and play with, It's like a paradigm system in a sense. And since this game is focused predominantly on the icons, their abilities, and even as far as to go making iconic encounters. This is the way this works. This is this is an early game build though, remember. Waiting for him to attack me. That thing is usually dead. A lot of orcs around here. But most enemies you can bring up to you shouldn't be a problem. Well, since Garuda can only grab enemies toward you, you want to make sure to make use of them. Make use of her deadly embrace while still being able to counter. That's one of Garuda's specialties, is getting to counter and eat its stagger. And she does work really well with Titan, just like the game implies. Hugo and Benedicta, they're kind of like a pair. Well, that very much holds true. Very much so. And same thing would have to be said about Phoenix, Afreet, and Shiva. Like, I should put a build together with Shiva, because Shiva doesn't get the best abilities. It's her feet that's the best. Iconics at 2. I was thinking about doing Phoenix. Well, not Phoenix, what am I saying? I was thinking about doing Shiva. Garuda. And, of course, we're going to use Diamond Dust and Ignition. Bahamut. I think Bahamut makes sense. It's personal. Not Heatwave, I need Rising Flames. I'm gonna just try it and see if I like it. I always try different things. You may as well. Gotta try stuff. Try different things. So the game doesn't get boring. You know, I guess the combat will get stale. It definitely will get stale. Oh, sweet. See, I liked this. I thought this was actually pretty cool. As opposed to the side quest, I definitely like the hunts. Harkening back to the way 12 had their hunts.
It's the king of the castle.
This will eat at the stagger bar quite a bit, I'm sure. Alright. See, the problem is they don't do as much damage though when, you know, you're just doing damage. It's better off to use those abilities only when you're trying to dodge or, you know, avoid any damage. Countering. That's how it's best used. So they say Phoenix is best used during a, Whoa! Gotta use my emergency stash. Well, not yet. We're still... So you got a critical. That's good. Now we just got a full limit break. Diamond dust. None of those abilities are really worth using though. What just happened? I wasn't expecting to get into an encounter right now though. Yikes!
Nice try.
Well done.
You watch how much HP you recover from that. It's just crazy. Pandemonium, huh? That's something else. This thing's going down, bro. Easy peasy, big easy. Stained loincloth. Was it loincloth? Stained loincloth.
Your reign is at an end.
Alright. Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta get something. And I'm back. Did I miss anything? No, of course not. Sorry about that, guys. I'm back. I'm back and I'm ready to move. Alright, so for real now. We're ready to go. Now I gotta stock up on items one more time because we were up against a beast of an encounter who just hit hard, like real hard. Well, let's get back to the MSQ because I'm not gonna bother with all these. But yeah, so the conclusion here to me, guys, is that Final Fantasy 16 is a good game. It really, like, it faltered on the combat, but it shined and delivered an amazing tale, a tale for the ages. I would say it's a real classic modern era of what medieval RPG, you know, story would be like, you know, and this hits the nail right on the head. And if not for its most exceptionally well written, with great character development and a great narrative, both, like I said, both are great. Like, they're beyond what you'd get. Like, generally you have to sacrifice one to get the other, but this game delivers both in spades, which is quite an accomplishment. That is quite a feat. And although, like I said, the combat is, yes, it is kind of basic. And on, you know, on the bright side, this makes anybody comfortably, you know, it makes anybody to play it just can comfortably just jump right on in, you know, which is a great thing, and that should be the way, you know, I mean, that's how Final Fantasy should be. On the other end of things, though, it seems as if the combat does start to draw thin, and it gets watered down, and it doesn't feel, it just feels repetitious, you know, it feels like we've been doing this over and over again. And in the beginning of the game, it's great because we're still unlocking things such as the limit breaks, your, you know, the icons, because at first you only get, like, they very much pace the game out very slow through intermission periods throughout Clive's life, going from, you know, a young boy, well, you know, like a teenager, to a young man, to a man in his prime. The story has been told really well, and did not have to give up character development, far from it actually. And what I mean to say is that this game actually saved itself from ruining a great name. You know, a great Final, you know, Final Fantasy is a big name, it's a household name, you know, people know of it. One of the best RPG games out there. In general, it's just one of the best games out there. It's like a huge AAA title. You know, like Super Mario. It's big. You know, Final Fantasy is considered, it's got a really, really high bar. And the only reason this game met that bar was from the story. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna be straight up honest, and it was a story. It was a story that went, you know, spade to spade with its character development, which made an already good story even better. That it brought shame to how dull the combat was in the long run. Like, throughout the first half of the game, it's fun, but as the game gets into the later part, it starts to really, you know, show its weakness, the lack of combat depth. And although I've mentioned it many times throughout the stream, hell, that's what it's really about, whether this game is good or bad. From a combat point of view, it relatively was bad. But on the overall view, like music, graphics, exploration, story, this game does a lot of things correct. And therefore it has memorable characters, a good ensemble, great character development, a well-written narrative. I feel like the only time that the pacing is a little off is later on in the game, which is unfortunate. But yeah, later on in the game, the pacing seems to be a bit skewed, and seems to start taking longer to actually get to the, you know, and they fill it up with a lot of fetch quests and shit, but that's why I said the game is a little bit too long for its own good. And had they had shortened the game's main campaign time by just a little bit, I think the game would have been beneficial. But they didn't do that. And that's why I have to give the game an 8.6, because it's fair. Or an 8.4. 8.4 to 8.6, somewhere between there. We'll be fair and give it an 8.5. And that's where my verdict, it pretty much lies on the scale of an 8.5 out of 10. And that's only because the game tries really hard to do a lot of things right, and really wanted to bring that uniqueness of Final Fantasy into the game, which was to turn what we know as a 3-man party or 4-man party into a 1-man party with 3 icons that act as your party. Being able to hold up the 2 abilities that run on a cooldown, and each one having their own unique feature if you have them equipped in the current group. Learning to understand how each of your icons work is obviously a benefit. And it's integral to learn how to use magic bursts. Both level 1s and level 2s. See? Like a level 1 and a level 2. And those are finishers, mortal blows. Just cool, again, flashy stuff that you'll get to see throughout the game. That's what the combat's all about. How flashy can you get? Is that doing average? 530, is that? Terrible. It's just 626. What? Hold on. Did they just do... It does 530 plus 620? How's that possible? So it does 530 for the regular attack, plus an additional 620 something. That's pretty fucking good. Personally saying. I mean, you only get about... For Phoenix Shift, Rising Flames is great. Like... The reason I like Rising Flames is because it has a fast cooldown and it does mad damage. Generally about 2k. Real quick burst damage. Same thing with Pile Drive, except it's an area of effect, but it comes out fast. So yeah, I say the game is not superb. It's not excellent. It would therefore fall into the good/great category. But like I said, it's got a great story and it's got good combat. The combat's just good. It's not really, there is no real strategy in it. It's very simplistic, and it is just enough strategy to keep the game going and playable, more or less. You could find different combinations with your iconics, iconic abilities, but overall the combat is its weakest point. Its weakest, that's its weakest aspect. The weakest link, if you want to call it that, is the game's combat system. You overlook it and take it for what it's worth. The combat system, at least, is very cinematographic. It's very cinematic and flashy, like I've said before. Filled with some epic abilities and really cool animations, so on and so forth. And same thing with the art style, really realistic, I like it. I think it's good. And there's just enough variation to make it feel fresh if you mess around with the other icons. Remember, this game, you really can't go wrong. That's the beauty of it, is that you can't go wrong, so nothing you do is going to be a problem. I tend to vary up my icons. It's a lot more fun this way. A lot more fun. Like hands down, way more fun. Yeah, unfortunately, Pile Drive only does about 1,000, but not a big deal. Diamond Dust time, baby. It's a pretty good ability. Oh, I wasted my ignition. Oh well.
Too slow.
Takedown.
Nice try.
Yo, those adamantitans are pretty nasty though, right? We should help eat at the stagger. Just enough, you know? I love doing down dust with that. Oh yeah, that thing's gonna go down faster than a sack of dicks. Or whatever that is. Something like a sack of dicks, right? I love using ignition under my limit break, but unfortunately, This area is brutal though, no? I'd say so. Look at the difference though. Look how much more damage it does. 590 something. 964. That's not bad. What is a typical combo? It's I think it's like 482. Then the combo is finished. It does a little extra damage. I think charge burst shots are the best though, personally speaking. If you can get them consecutively, they're worth it. I like using a Phoenix shift into Rising Flames. That's really cool. I'm thinking to maybe, I mean, it doesn't really make a difference. Let me see what the cooldown is on it though. Scarlet Cycle. Does more stagger damage than anything else. Making me want to stick with Pile Drive, because Pile Drive actually does a bit more. That's why I say, as good as Scarlet Cyclone is, it's really not that good. It's not. I mean, in total, you can deal about 3,000 something damage, about close to 3,500 damage when you combine the use of Scarlet Cyclone. I'm sorry, Rising Flames into Pile Drive. Works out perfectly. Plus, Pile Drive, similar to that of Scarlet Cyclone, has the same ability of an AoE effect that damages surrounding enemies, but does it on a much higher scale, giving it an extra star on both, I think, right? No, on damage. But still, same amount and everything. Pretty much just a stronger version of Scarlet Cyclone. It's Pile Drive. Also knocks enemies back too. Has like a knockback effect. Most of Shiva's abilities, in my opinion, aren't they're not my favorite. They're like take or leave it. But some people's abilities are really up there as some of my favorites. Like Rhyme seems interesting. A lot of her abilities have something to do with drawing enemies towards the ice, like a gravity effect, or sweeping effect. On Lusha River of Icicles, this seems to be pretty good Ice Age. I think it has a quick cooldown too. Yep, 50-second cooldown, and it focuses on damage. And strictly damage. I'll master that. Let's give that a shot in combat as well. Again, I want to just keep things... to me, it reminds me a little bit of Rising Flames, except a Shiva version of it. And you have to hold down instead. But I bet you it's, like I said, fast cooldowns on both of them. So I think they'll work really well in tandem together. Let's give it a shot. But, like I said, Garuda's cool, but I think Titan is a bit better, in my personal opinion. You can't really... All you could do is down thrust consistently with Garuda. Yep, input it as you go along. Keep working on that LB. Diamond Dust is awesome though. I love Diamond Dust. It does like thousands and thousands of damage. And same thing, it just gives him a better precision dodge that allows you to freeze enemies alongside it. It's no different than dodging, it's just the ability to freeze enemies while dodging. That's pretty cool when you think about it. I gotta get used to that though, holding the button down. I'm not that used to it, but I have to get used to it. Ah, I got hit. I like that. Take down. Whoa, look at me. Diamond Dust for the win. Just stagger that baby. Wish we could have learned Hellfire, but I think we only get to use that in a... But since the combat is passable enough to be fun, I will let it fly and let it slide. Let it fly and let it slide. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'm going to change my set. Set 3. Alright, set 3, I'm gonna do Shiva, Titan, and Bomb It. And I'm gonna be using Rising Flame, Diamond Dust. I like Diamond Dust. Wicked Wheel and Upheaval, yes. And probably gonna go with Little Likes. Damage reduction ability, helpful. A lot of the end game icons start to help you out a lot with their unique abilities as such.
No mistakes.
Look how much damage this does. It's crazy. Staggered. I accidentally used a lion heart. Mega Flare, level 4. Me gone. Bye-bye, my little friend. Bye-bye. Where the hell let's like do a level 1? What do we got here? Alright, so the verdict, guys, is that Final Fantasy is a good game. Final Fantasy 16 is a good game, but it deserved more. That's the verdict I've came down with. Is that it's definitely a good game, but it deserves more. It did deserve more, and it didn't get it. Specifically in its combat system is where it really deserved more. And it really didn't get much. It really got the bare minimum in terms of its combat, but we did get a real good fantasy tale here. A real good epic, you know, with a unique world and very deep characters and a memorable cast. Great narrative in terms of plot. I mean, great antagonists. It had a lot going for it. But yes, I think we definitely deserve more in terms of, well, the game's combat system. It is a pretty long game, and you want to have a good combat system to go along with it. A bit more than just flash and razzle-dazzle. And unfortunately, that is what you get in this game. But it's not all bad, like I said. It's a mixture of flash and razzle-dazzle. And understanding that the game's combat system does come back down to reducing stagger and maximizing the amount of damage you can deal within a staggered period of time. Quite literally.
Damn it. They're all turned. There's nothing we can do.
I wouldn't say nothing.
You can give him a quicker death.
No quarter down.
No quarter!
Diamond Dust for some major damage. Can't really go wrong. I'm already filled? Oh, that's good.
You think all the villages in Asher like this?
A question for later, Cap. Over here. Attack. This one.
I don't know if the timing has to be right. I'm not sure how to get criticals with him. I'm not sure how you get criticals with him. If I'm being honest, I don't really know. Is it a timing thing? I'm not sure. I'm just being honest, I don't really know. See, critical. How did I do that? I'd love to know how I did it, but... I know I took the damage on that, but that's fine. Another critical. I wasted my limit break, by the way. Accidentally, I didn't realize I was in limit break mode, and I'm like, oh no, I'm charging. But they give us so many enemies without a stagger bar, it's crazy. Like, why? There's no point. Da 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 da. Finally, an enemy with a stagger bar. Just in the nick of time. Critical again. The combinations include using the up and down D-pad and triangle, well, square, square, and triangle. Trying to interweave them as best possible. Very critical. Da 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 da. Dun dun dun. Bum 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 ba da 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 da. Oh shit! I'm not. Hold on one second. Hold on. I gotta take a piss real quick. 1 second. Sorry guys, hold on. Duty called. And we are back. Sorry about that, but I have to go, and you have to go. Okay, okay, where are we at now? Alright, we're kicking ass with some icons, correct.
He isn't.
Well, if we're gonna maximize our damage, I guess we better start adding Torgo into our combos. Something I noticed is that the only time he gets a critical is during manual input. Ignition, limit break, damage. One staggered, of course. Good one, too. You see, I don't know how it's done, or like what are the odds of getting a crit? I don't know. They never really explained it. A lot of the stuff you have to figure out on your own. I'm assuming petting has something to do with it, but I don't know for sure. Not 100% sure. But we gotta level up. That's pretty cool, right? You can't get through without them level up, so you better start leveling up. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Alright, once you level up and we take down this orcish village, I think we move forward into the abyss, baby.
Gav.
Or something like that.
Gav! Don't tell me there's more of the bastards.
They're everywhere now, aren't they?
Fuck.
Odin, the big boys club. Woo! The big boys club. It's the big boys club. Ho ho! The big boys club. Woo! The big boys club. Woo! He wants him to be full prime. A
How are
freak.
you going to stop us?
Ooh, he's a big boys club.
With this.
The big boys club. Gungnir. Gungnir, whatever you call him. Something. Gungnir. Or something like that. Something along the lines of that. Anyway, I don't know, he's gonna place down some crazy shackles of time on us. Or trap us in the area. Some real FF14 crazy shit. But I respect it. I respect it. Again, I do wholly respect the story of this game. It's fucking amazing. Props for giving us such a great narrative, for real. But shame on the combat being a little too base for my taste. But that's all I really complain. That's not my only complaint, if there were any at all, is that the combat wasn't as complex or deep as the other ones, so therefore left me feeling unfulfilling when it came to combat. Sure, it was flashy and cool, without a doubt, but there was no depth or complexity to it. Hardly. Other than when it came down to the damage and reducing stagger to deal more damage. But that was about it. Again, though, overall the game story and its character development proves to be faithful to that of a real good Final Fantasy. And in general, just a good story in general. Good main campaign. Does run a little too long, though, I'll be honest. Toward the end, it starts to run a little bit too long. And there's a lot of unnecessary fetching throughout some of the later parts of the game, and it's just not needed. Most of the side quests are optional though, so I wouldn't worry about that too much. Though they do offer a plethora of some cool bonuses, like increasing your consumables, increasing the quantity of your consumables, getting cool and unique accessories, which really come down to the Channel's Whispers and the Berserker Ring once you get access to them. But otherwise, though, there are some pretty cool things that you get. Unlock the Chocobo, Ambrosia.
Where the fuck I went? How about we cool our heads and think this through, eh?
Right.
Maybe there's something here we can use.
Well, this guy certainly did something. We're at Isla. Is there anybody still here? This place is fucked, man. The kingdom come. A pote. Yeah, you know, the way they have the item system in this game should have been the way they did it in Final Fantasy 15. That would have prevented a lot of spamming of items in that game. Isla. Who the fuck are we gonna talk to? Oh, just search the abandoned village, that's it? Okay. That doesn't seem that bad. I mean, it's abandoned, so if there's anybody here, it'd be like one person, if that, but...
So did I.
No, we definitely didn't get all of them. A lot of others scattered across Valencia that we have not yet to come across. Or can't even channel the power through. And why would you think you've gotten all of them? We've never been to Ash. So how the fuck would you know if we got all of them or not? I think this is the one abandoned person. It's just this one lady. I think.
Please, no.
Miss. Whoa, easy, easy. We're not turned, alright?
Huh. What? Who what? Who are we? You pregnant? I guess so.
My thanks, kind travelers.
Edda, forgive me for asking, but what went on here?
It all started when the skies changed. The elders said it was the Ark. One by one.
The Arkin. Who the fuck's the Arkin? The Arkin.
I remained. By then,
this Arche is...
What?
Just a story. Something our grandparents
Arche,
told us
the
when we
Arche. The fucking Arche.
about how the heavens would grow dark before the land took her last breath.
The end of the world. You said the others went mad. Where did they go?
They all left.
They went left?
No, east. To the tower.
Oh.
To Reverie. The elders. The healer. The blacksmith. My husband.
Huh. Sounds like they were brainwashed. No? Certainly seems that way.
You're thinking he did this?
Of course.
You gotta revel in the story, though. That's where the gold is at in this game.
You saw what he did to the people.
Then what about her? How come her nut hasn't cracked?
Pregnant.
The baby, perhaps. Could be protecting her from the ether.
Maybe it's a branded.
I can't think of any other explanation.
You mean... it's there?
Yeah.
It won't matter what it is once Ultima's magic takes hold. Time's running out.
Well, Ultima never made it specific on how much time we have, so I have no idea.
That's where we'll find
But it
the
looks
king.
like we're running out of time. The darkening of the skies and Primogenesis and whatnot. Doesn't look like we have much time on us on our side.
I knew it. It's the same as Phoenix Gate. Which means at the end of these stairs should be...
That picture that we always see. That fucking prophecy picture. Probably. It's been appearing all over the place, so. I think it's the true form of Ultima. I'm pretty sure it is. That's my guess. Because when we fight him for the final time, you fight this Efreet, Garuda, like, abomination. It's like a mixture of Bahamut. It's a mixture of like all the icons. Like Phoenix, Garuda, Efreet. There it is. We fight it at the very end.
It's complete.
Yep, the picture again. Not surprised to see that.
Ultima and his vessel, Ifrit. Garuda, Ramu, Shiva, Titan, Bahamut, Odin.
But that's a freak.
Leviathan the Lost is here. Where is the Phoenix?
Phoenix is a part of Efreet. See? Efreet is one with Phoenix. They're together. See? Yeah.
Why the founder?
Efreet and Phoenix make, well, what Ultima looks like in real life, right? Well, when we encounter it for the last time. There's a few encounters that we have with it at the end of the game.
That's what you want, isn't it, Ultima?
I don't know what you mean by that, but we'll find out. It's pretty vague. Well, what? To combine forces,
That's how
or?
it's gonna be then.
I'm not asking, Gav. I need you to stay with Edda.
What's...
I must do this alone. If I don't return, you're to find Joshua and make for the Enterprise. Understood?
Aye.
Ooh, I got an edible chocolate. I'm gonna have some. Might as well.
Don't you go dying on me. Sid's name suits your miserable mug better than mine.
I'll have a couple of pieces. Why not? Mmm, cookies and cream. I love cookies and cream. At least we came up with a verdict. Final Fantasy 16 wasn't bad because of its narrative. Well, it's story directed. Maybe it's a very story driven game, and since it had such a great story, like I said, putting it up there with some of the best, and a very unique world to boot that took from some of the best. And not only that, but it brought a whole unique concept to Final Fantasy like Final Fantasy is known to do. So in a lot of these areas, the game stands true to what Final Fantasy is. Do I have to agree with the battle system that they introduced to us? Not exactly, but I have to at least enjoy it, and luckily it's not complex, it's quite the opposite. So you can just enjoy it for what it is, you get what you get. In hindsight, we were lucky that we got a really, you know, a fleshed out story with a really nice narrative, you know? A story-driven, action-based game that definitely holds the name Final Fantasy. It's just they dropped some of the more fundamental features that's been within all the games, like, you know, like debuffs and stuff like that. Like, it's just a surprise to see them absent. And I'm sure a lot of people would have appreciated their, you know, their introduction in this game, or at least to be featured in some sense. But like, I mean, it just makes a lot of sense, you know, silence, cutting off your magic, something to maybe disable your, like I said, maybe probably disable the usage of your iconic features for a brief period of time, something that slows down the cooldown recovery speed, something that stops the cooldown recovery speed. Like, again, these could have been done in the form of debuffs. Slow, stop, etc. I knew it would have been a good idea, I just was surprised they didn't even include these. But ultimately, throughout the first part of the game, the combat's still pretty fresh and everything is still somewhat new, so since the fact of the matter is they do introduce things pretty slowly, and that's a good thing for this game, since the combat isn't that deep. Introducing things in a slow scale seems to help keep things fresh, especially for the first half of the game. And that's where we're at. If not for such a good narrative, the game probably would have scored in the 7s, I'd say, personally. As you can see, it's a very beautiful combat system. Like, it looks really cool. Real snappy and whatnot. But I've said that, you know? And yeah, that is kind of what it is all about. It's all about the flashiness of its combat system. That's one of the biggest things. But the depth and strategy all goes back to dishing out as much damage as you possibly can during the stagger period. And how to best stagger an enemy while they are up and up, you know, on the up and up. How to get them down. But with regular enemies, you just want to get rid of them. There ain't much to it. If they're flyers, you're going to need to hit them with magic, and nothing to it. You could sick them to keep them close to the ground. So that does 500 and something, and then... Yep, that's pretty good. Yellow, I think, means critical. Good damage though, 500 and something.
This one. Get him. Get him. Over here.
Cool. Half comb. I like the name. Half comb. Half comb ballet. Making love to the night, motherfucker. Every night, every night. What do we got over here? Plague? 2 plagues. Now I use my strongest abilities to get the job done. Now I'm gonna try to get the mega flares out. I think it works out wonderfully though, personally. Like on a personal level. If we just don't think about the depth of most of the Final Fantasy's combat systems prior, I think as an overall game, because of its story, structured gameplay, it works well. I mean, it's not the best Final Fantasy game out there, but it's definitely good enough to be called a Final Fantasy. That is lacking a little bit. So, therefore, to say it was a good Final Fantasy that deserved more, and if so, it probably would have been a great Final Fantasy. But that's not our fault. Its story was definitely a lot tighter than, say, like 15, but 15 was still a little better than us, I think. Just by a little bit. This game fell a little short because of the fact that they took too many of the staples out of the game's combat system, which made it feel a little, not as good as you would expect. But the story luckily saves its tail. Quite literally. It's amazing how it saves its ass. I've never seen anything like it. It's crazy. But it does. It saves its ass from destruction, man. And, because if not for such an amazing story, like I said, and I don't want to say the story was that good, but it was a good story, nonetheless. It was a story worthy of Final Fantasy's name. For a change, it's been a long while since we had that. Well, I mean, 15 was, missing a lot of pieces. So it made it feel kind of, like, weird. Definitely had a good antagonist and all that, but would I say the story was really that great compared to things like 10? I mean, probably not. No. I probably wouldn't. I'm just being honest. Well, that's because, you know, the stories that 12 told sacrificed character development for a really political story, and 10 sacrifices, you know, historical and political fantasy storytelling narratives like that. You know, a depth narrative about the world in favor for a more personal character development. In other words, 10 goes for character development, whereas 12 goes for world development. You know, political and world development. And scales back on the character development. And then you have, like I said, in my 10, where it focuses predominantly on character development as opposed to world development. World development is minor. Character development is much higher. So the world development was still good, and that's what made 10 such an amazing game. 12 was also really good too, but wasn't seen until the Zodiac Age that people really noticed how good it was. But it is a good one. I wouldn't say it's a classic like 10, but it was definitely good. Hit or miss for some people. But I guess this could be considered the same way, but I think 12 was definitely better. Significantly, people could just speak openly about how good that game was. Some people might not like it, but it really was a good game, though. There's no denying that. I mean, it's out there as one of the Kotaku's 40 out of 40 in terms of Final Fantasy, making it one of the best Final Fantasies to have graced our screens, or graced the market. Amazing, right? Just to think about that. But take a second to think about what you don't like about the game. Please leave it in the comments. I'd love to know what you think was bad and what you thought was good that came to your verdict. You know, I'd love to know what your opinions are. So take a second, just think about it. Think about what you loved about this game and what you hated about this game. And that, your cons and your pros. Take a second or two just to think about those, two things, the pros and the cons. And where do you feel that this Final Fantasy falls in? Is it a bad one or a good one? Then after doing that, we'll move on to the Edge of Infinity. So, have you guys given it any thought? If so, let me know, and either that or just let me, leave it in the comments below. But, nonetheless, I've kind of given you my opinion on it. I strongly feel that the combat could have used a bit more depth, and that the story was what saved the games overall from, just falling on its face. That's my opinion. And the combat isn't terrible. It's just, like I said, it deserves a bit more. That's all. Anyway, time to head over to River, something like that. River. To take on this madman, the king of Barnabas? King Barnabas? King Barnabas Storm. The nutty professor. Barnabas. Ooh. Barnabas. Oh, back into these ancient ruins again. Very unique. Another thing I really appreciated about this game was that it didn't fear really. It took balls, you know, it took some courage to really make these drastic changes, and I respect that. You know, they went out of their way to deliver something different that we had never really seen before in a Final Fantasy game, and that takes a little bit of courage. Whether to say that they succeeded in, well, that's not as easily. You know, you have to dissect the game to see if it really was a good game, because I think, like, while they did lack on the combat side, it wasn't terrible. It definitely had some, you know, it was a spectacle. The combat is a spectacle. You use these really awesome abilities connected to your icons, and each one also brings a unique skill called a feat that you could use through your precision dodge mechanic, and it really turned into somewhat of a pretty fun game. And I just accidentally did that, but I'm not gonna beat myself up over it. I'm supposed to use those during a stagger window, but I'm not gonna go crazy. Also, I think it's kind of cool to try to work with Torgal while you have him, since you can maximize damage, and that's what this game comes down to, is maximizing your damage. In order to get criticals, you have to manually do the input yourself. It's not that hard though once you get used to it, to do it all at the same time. Burning Blade. That's pretty cool.
Bloody fallen. Why do all their floors seem to have a mind of their own?
Iron Giants are particularly cool as well, by the way. You just get 2 criticals in a row. Or again, I don't really know how that works. You're supposed to input it at the right time, or... Like, I'm not really sure. See? I don't know how it works. That's the problem. The critical. How do criticals work in this game? Like, I just press up or down. Generally, it's what? Ravage can flip an enemy into the air, while Sick can pin them to the ground, more or less. And then healing, well, that's self-explanatory. It heals you. Like a form of regeneration of sorts. But ultimately, Ravage and Sick, how do you get criticals with them? It's like not really 100% on how it works, unfortunately. Yeah, Titanic, the Titanic block really eats away at the stagger bar. Oh, I got hit. Oh god, controller's getting low. Okay, plugging it in now. Let me smoke a cigarette. Oh, the Titanic block. Yeah, I don't pay attention to much of the items. They're usually useless. Most of the good items you need to get, I mean, if anything, you just purchase them from Karen, but the good items you can only get through hunts, it seems like. If you want, like, purple pimped out gear, which improves your defense and HP and strength, basically. Ooh, what is our surprise? Nothing? Oh, wow. Why am I not surprised? Nope, something. A fallen bug. Very interesting. I didn't expect a fallen bug to look like that. But I think we have to go this way. I'm not 100%, but I think the correct way is through this door. I think, don't quote me on it. I've only, well, wait. Oh, look at this guy. Boom. Peace. And you can only pet and interact with Torgal on the world map. You can't do it in dungeons. Another thing I noted. I don't know why that is, but it is what it is. It's always cool finding that. Wish you could have more accessories though, like 5. Like have accessories and then have 2 accessories dedicated to, like 3 accessories for regular shit and then 2 for icon abilities. Would have been better, I think. We should be alright. This place is wild though.
Where would I be?
The top of the tower.
So I could look down on the world.
If only I knew more about how to get criticals with Torgal, I think I'd like appreciate it more. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, boy, hell yeah. What do we got here? A big group of bullshit? But where to? No, we came this way. It's one of these doorways, isn't it? It's gotta be. Well, which one? I'm not seeing it, man. Well, which way then? It's weird. I swear to God, I don't know which way I'm going. I thought it would have been this way. But it's not. That's so fucking weird. Which way would it be? Get rid of that. That's so weird. We're like close to where we have to go, but not exactly. Alright, so if it's not this way, then which way would it be? I'm a little confused. Which other way would, I mean, there's no other place to go. I don't get it. What the fudge? Seriously, I don't get that. If there's no door, then where the fuck am I supposed to go, bro? What the fuck? This is fucking weird. Why is it a dead end? I don't understand. It is a dead end though, I don't know why. It's a dead end. The fuck, man? How is it a dead end? I don't understand that. So this is at the end of the game then. I keep on saying that to myself, I'm like, well, I guess at the end. Why are you doing this now? I've been walking around for ages and you didn't do anything. That was so weird. That was fucking stupid, if anything. It was retarded. Why did it wait so long? Is there any reason as to why it waited so long to do its thing? Are we gonna fight an Iron Giant? Something like it, I guess. Yes, sir. Force beam.
Well, that's new. Though I expected a full like the rest.
Let's fill up the limit break first. Ignition is a good way to do that. And diamond dust, why not? Sick. The battle system isn't bad. It just doesn't. It just lacks depth. Overall, it's still a good battle system. It just doesn't have a lot of depth. But it's definitely flashy and cool.
What was that thing?
And fun.
Hopefully there aren't any more.
But it does become repetitious. Just gonna be, honest with you. Alright, well, which way do we go? Up and over. Alright. And the high potion. This place is pretty cool.
You know what to do, boy.
A doorway that leads to a room of assholes. Probably. Up we go. Up we go. Oh yeah. Up and over. Up and over. What's this? A big ball of fury? The primary defense node, huh? That's no ordinary defense node. That's like the coup de grace right there. Wow. Overcharge mode. Overcharge mode. Let's go. Let's show this bowl we're made of. Okay, maybe that's not a good start, but we're gonna do what we gotta do. That was awesome. Solo's always fun to have. Oh, and we get to fight an Iron Giant too. That's what's up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Iron Giant time, baby. I love Iron Giants in this game. They're so cool. I love their design too. They're badasses. They remind me of the ones similar to 10 a little bit, but even cooler. Punching off that stagger bar, dude. But I didn't even need to do that. Just got rid of him. Hammed him to death. So as you can see, even I can get into the combat system. Though ultimately it's knowing what it's all about, because it is very base. But it is fun nonetheless, but it can be a little bit repetitious. So if you don't enjoy the story and the monster designs and the flashy battle effects, then you might not like this game. But for what it's worth, I think it's a good game. It's not the best Final Fantasy, but it's definitely good. With a really, really, really good story to boot. Combat's weak, but it looks good and it's fun to play, and the story is just like really good with the character development as well, also being really good. So there's a lot of bonuses here that make the game almost a great game. Almost like one of the best. But unfortunately fell a little short in the combat department. But at least they were willing to try something new. And I think that's what has to be respected most about this Final Fantasy, is that it really doubled down on story, you know, and sacrificed for its new, brand new, you know, its brand new biggest diversion from Final Fantasy yet, and that's to go full action. At least for this entry, that was the big change that they wanted to bring to this specific Final Fantasy, is to become a true action game. And so I guess they did what they thought would be best. Unfortunately, it wasn't met with great criticism. Mixed criticism and oftentimes negative. For the things that I've already said, being too repetitious, kind of base, deserves more, so on and so forth. But its story is hands down one of the more engaging stories I've been able to have the delight to play through. I mean, it's really, it's got a really good narrative, like I said. It's a well-written story with a lot of different antagonists and protagonists and whatnot. Very similar to the War of the Lions, which they already hinted about, that the story would replicate a little bit of that same kind of style. And they did a good job. This guy is just a crazy motherfucker.
Or that they might feel contentment with their pitiful existence.
He's so hell-bent on serving Ultima. He's like his little bitch boy.
Every earthly wrong springs from the malice in men's hearts. Malice born of
But he expects to kill him in battle because Mythos is supposed to. So he wants to die from Clive's hand. Because he knows that if he can't do that, then he's not Mythos. Mythos has to kill everything. So it doesn't matter. He even eggs him on to attack. Kill him. It is the mercy of God.
Choice I make, right or wrong, gives me reason to carry on.
Well, you're killing a madman who wants to be killed by your hand, dude.
But as a man, which are you?
Puppet.
There was a time I too thought those
But he's
the
different.
only choices. What? Long ago, God granted man the gift of magic. And with that gift did he build great civilizations. Yet over time, man lost sight of the gift's true meaning, stepping from the path of shared prosperity to one of avarice. He abandoned his creator for sword and flame, and through his folly, beckoned the blight. Yet, there were those few who refused to turn their eyes from the heavens.
Who?
They prayed to God that he might lead them back to
Who?
righteousness.
But who?
And the Lord, he did answer. Before the worthy shall the gates of paradise open. And so did I spread my arms to the ether, and cast my soul upon its gentle waters. I gave myself unto him.
He gave his soul to God. Well, that's noble. Or selfless. But how do you know it's the right God?
My worth proven, the Lord charged me thus. If your kind are to find salvation, they must be made to serve. You see, Paradise lies but a single step away. Could we only take it? Could we only leave our transgressions behind? For none save the pure of heart and mind may set foot in the new world. I will save us. But it all begins and ends with you. You are the key, Mythos. And with this humble offering, shall I prove my faith once more?
So you forsook your kingdom. You forsook yourself to serve. Tell me, how is that living? What you seek to provide is not salvation. It's anything but. Life is about always having a choice. Take that away, and we might as well be dead.
This guy's a riot. He's hilarious. He really is a crazy motherfucking nut. Huh? Huh? There's Pokemon.
Come then.
Die in battle.
Show us the strength of your will.
It's not the strength of my will that should worry you.
Yeah, because that doesn't mean shit. Right. Because that means a lot more. Reduce that and then they can become staggered. We should be able to do this. I think it's a semi-prime battle. With the Odin.
If you think your will
Or
destroy,
Barnabas, really.
prove it. By this day's end, you shall know the truth.
Blessed with the might of a god, yet still you fight like a man.
Alright. We got this shit. Don't you worry about a damn thing.
Serve as his vessel, and you cling to this foolish notion of hope when there is none.
What's he talking about now?
Desperate, are we?
Finally, we can begin. Yeah!
Alright, see, cinematic clashes again. This game is, I'm telling you, it is a story-driven game and it's all about the cinematography, baby. So if you can't appreciate that, then you're not going to enjoy this game. But if you can find appreciation for it, then you will enjoy this game. It's pretty much like that simple. It comes down to the story and appreciating its cinematic battle system. Which I, for one, can appreciate the cinematic battle system. It's really cool. Though it does lack in certain areas, like I did point out, I'm willing to accept it. For something different, as that's what Final Fantasy is supposed to do. Deliver something different upon every release and entry. You can still get hit by that shit though. It's good at filling up the LB bar, actually. Some of these are hard to block too. We got this guy, don't worry, we got this. We're gonna wreck face. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna wreck face, kid. This guy's a nutcase.
When you turned your back on the truth, Barnabas, we are not as weak as your God believes.
Cinema is an event, after all. And it is an art as well. Ooh. Big Boys Club is out to play. The horsey. Ooh, the horsey. And the blade. Look at this big motherfucker over here. With the big ass Gungnir. That's so cool. I love the art. The art director. The art direction in this game is really cool. In my opinion, I think a lot of the enemies and the creatures look pretty dope in this game. Big fan of the art. The art direction is awesome. Garuda, awesome, I'm telling you. Then Titan lost, that was crazy.
What are you waiting for?
Typhon.
Men know nothing of strength.
I like that part when we had to fight Titan and he was eating the ether and he was like in the cavern and we were like, that was dope. I could like fucking go up into his face and attack him and shoot him with fireballs and shit. I like the battle with Garuda, where you have to lunge at her. That was pretty cool. Now it looks like we're going up against Odin. But there were definitely some encounters that were a lot cooler than others. Like Bahamut's encounter was alright, but it was nothing crazy.
You dare!
It wasn't like
Could it be you have
like
made
Garuda
a weapon
or
of your
Hugo.
weakness?
Garuda and Titan were really, really wild. Whereas Dion, it wasn't like, it wasn't that bad. It was just like a dance, kinda. I feel like I was fighting in general life.
So it ends.
These guys are nuts, son.
Don't tell me you are tired, Mythos. Your stubborn defiance has stirred my long-becalmed heart, filling it with a joy that I have not known for generations.
What's he talking about?
I had thought the tantalizing kiss of self-indulgence a dream forever out of reach.
He's just nuts, this guy. He's crazy.
Now that its sweet ruin calls,
Listen to the way he's talking. He's nuts.
I shall
He's delusional.
quick to relinquish it. Show me your work, Mythos, that I might revel in it.
No dog to help us this time.
Must I show you? When will you see? You are not my equal, and your will is forfeit. Forgive me.
What? What am I gonna do? I don't know what I'm gonna do there. I'm not sure.
Too slow. Show me more. I'm tired. Your will hinders me. Must I show you? You will obey.
I don't know what to do when I get to the Zenzetsuken though.
existence is proof of the Lord's grand design.
I'll never serve your god! Too slow. Let's try.
He's looking more like older now than he did before.
Many have sought my crown, Ethos, but none could wrest it from my head. Come! Have you the strength? Have you the will? Claim me as your prize!
This is crazy. What? Well, where do I gotta retry from? Thank God. This is a tough fight, but I got it. Damn it. This again. Diamond dust! He's almost dead, like, you know, he's close. It's when he does those crazy abilities, like, the Insecticon, I don't know what they do. Like, how do you not like Shiva? Shiva's awesome, though. He's dead. So, wait, we never have an icon fight with Odin?
It is I who stand victorious. My will that prevailed.
Your will? No. It was his.
Who?
Clive Rossfield.
Missed, you silly old kook. And crit. You badass punk. Oh, look at that shit. So there really was no big major icon encounter with Odin. Surprising. Or maybe that's just what I'm thinking right now. Who knows? Barnabas slain, but what about Odin? We're gonna have to handle Odin still. Because the icons, they have will of their own.
Perhaps there is strength in will. Would that I had not relinquished my own.
Well, I'm not sure what that means, but looks like lights out for you, pal.
You relinquished nothing. What was it, if not will, that made you strive for a new world? Strive to win your master's approval.
He's out.
You were shown a fantasy, and you chose to believe it.
He was out.
But you were wrong. There is no world.
He's out.
But the one we live in.
He's out now. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That world is worth saving.
You sure about that, pal?
Even if it means killing a god.
Whoa, heresy. Yikes. Are you crazy, man? You'd be killing gods. That's like killing your own creator.
Bold words.
Maybe they're both crazy.
From one who has served
One's a fanatic and the other's a heretic.
so well. This is pointless.
Said the heretic to the fanatic.
But I almost forgot. I promised that I would make you presentable. Did I not?
Now we get to see the full might of Odin. I'd imagine.
We shall fulfill our destinies. Just as the Lord's mother crystals.
I'm assuming, I don't know.
Come, Clive Rossfield. Take what is rightfully yours. Become one with God.
No.
Oh. What did he do?
At long last, salvation.
He gave him Bahamut? He gave him Odin.
I'm coming home.
He gave him Odin, that's what he did.
Mother.
But we never get to fight Odin, that's weird. Well, we did, but not in an icon battle. But I guess it's more fitting that we didn't because Odin seems to be like the type who'd be a swordsman.
How does it feel?
He's a tough encounter anyway.
Face me!
How does it feel to consume your rival's strength? To gorge yourself on their beam? To edge step by trembling step ever closer to the divine? With or without a will, you are still but a vessel, our vessel. Behold, how your body shudders in anticipation of its fate.
Whoa.
not yours yet.
No. Come then, O wayward child. We shall await you upon the back of the first worm. There, all shall end and begin again.
What? Finally gonna do this shit then, huh? Gonna make it happen. Make it real. He's waiting on the back of the first worm. Waiting on the back of the first worm. Amaze balls, kid. Amaze balls. That's all I gotta say. Amaze balls. Amaze balls and cream. I'm just saying what everybody else is thinking, like, yep, you know it. Or something like that. Ooh, looks like there's a lot of craziness going on in Dalmekia. Oh yeah. Akashic.
Why the hell is my city crawling with the captain? Don't ask me, ask them! Since when was Eugen Hamel one to hide when there was a fight to be had? Since they stripped me of my rank and banished me from the battlefield. Now I'm stuck wiping the backsides of this god while the city burns and my wife tails off with a man half my age! And then you turn up! What the hell are you doing here anyway?
Oh shit.
What indeed?
They're like undead.
There are simply not enough soldiers garrisoned in the capital to repel an army of that size. Then one of the central keep, held by a contingent of soldiers and bearers from the surrounding boroughs. They are the sole reason it still stands. And all it took was an army on their doorstep to bring them together. The prospect of death does put things into perspective. Perspective. Perhaps it's what we blacked all along.
No shit. Yikes. I'm never gonna win, dude.
Hamel, I need you to lend me some of your best men. Preferably all of them. My best men? Does it look like I really want I admit this might not be the most convenient time, but my nephew's in trouble. And I may have already promised him royal. Your nephew, the outlaw? My soldiers have better things to do than die for nothing. Then you and he are of the same mind. Clive fights for the opposite. He fights for a world in which they shouldn't have to live and die for nothing. And he fights today to give us all a chance of a better tomorrow. Be that as it may, a handful of men cannot stand against the kingdom.
Whoa. This is pretty epic. Wow. Is this like banish? Like, it's crazy.
And mayhap they are the wrong men.
Dion.
Well, I'll be damned.
I like Dion, he's
Our
cool.
numbers are few, but I shall rally as
He's what
many
I
of
call
my
a
dragoons as I
cool
may.
homo.
You, apprise the Lord Strategist of the state of the city's defenses.
A kumo sapian. A kumo sexual? A kumo. Kumo
And you
sexual.
would fight alongside us.
I owe the Phoenix a debt.
Or coolio
Does
sexual.
this vouch for my nephews?
Aye, but I still have my doubts about you.
Which we can discuss later.
Indeed.
You said you had men garrisoned in the keep. Captain, do you know how many yet remain?
Allow me to confirm. Commander?
Whatever their number, Randalar will be needing
Gather the
them
bodies
all.
and build a pyre in the courtyard. Quickly. Terence, my lord.
I'll probably be ending my STEELEPLAY shortly. Hope you guys enjoyed my conclusion upon whether or not this game is good or bad. And if you agree with some of my tidbits,
I owe her my life.
but if you don't, please leave them in the comments and know what your opinions are, respectfully of course.
Dion, I cannot leave.
They're all just opinions, and like I said, the game is still good.
If I'm ever to be worthy
Not
of
the greatest, but it is good.
Then I must earn it.
Definitely has one of the greatest stories, though. I will be honest on that. It's a very well written story.
I do not ask this lightly.
A grandiose tale. With at best a flashy battle system that thrives on cinema. Pretty easy to pick up and play, basically.
Farewell, my prince.
And despite its long campaign, it does introduce things rather slowly because of this. But it actually helps it in the long run. So things don't get stale. Where I feel at the end of the game, certain things in the combat system start to get stale, but it's not a make or break. You know, it's still good. Still a good game. And in hindsight, you gotta give it credit for some things it did right, you know?
Clive, thank fuck. You alright?
I am. But I'm a damn sight better for seeing you, Joshua.
Barnabas.
The king is dead.
He's gone.
So they're
All dead. Yeah, this will be about the time I'll be ending my STEELEPLAY, guys.
So is their killer. We can't hurt anyone anymore.
I probably won't be venturing any further tonight. So let things wrap up here.
Gav, we need to talk.
What did they talk about?
I'm sorry, Clive. You know I want nothing more than to go with you.
I do. But I'm glad you're heading back to the Enterprise nonetheless. And not just for Edda's sake. Our people need to know what happened here.
You can count on me.
As can she, I hope.
God.
Thank you, my lords.
Do you think that was wise?
Wiser than leaving a woman with child alone in the Deadlands. They'll be safer at the hideaway. For now, at least. This land is overrun with Akashic. The king himself was long turned, albeit by choice, all to serve Ultima in his damnable quest to forge the perfect vessel.
The chaos Barnabas wreaked upon nation after nation. How many were killed for this?
A lot.
He didn't consider it killing, or a mercy of sorts, a way to end their suffering. He truly wanted to save mankind, and ultimately use that.
Wow.
He uses us.
But why us? What are we?
What are we? We are dominance. That is our fate. But that doesn't mean we have to accept it, which is why we fight. For the right to deny it. Is that not so?
It is. For our sins. Barnabas said something else. That the mother crystals were Ultimas.
Ultimas? Are you certain?
We know that the mother crystals have been leading the land of ether. And we also know that it's this which hastens the spread of the blight. But what I cannot fathom is what Ultima stands to gain from that. What did you find at the stronghold?
The truth about Ultima's prize. For so long, I believed it to be you, and you alone. Yet, it is not merely a fruit that he desires, but Efreet and Phoenix both. That which we became in the skies over Twinside. Only when the twin flames are joined shall his vessel be complete. Quite why he needs a vessel is another question. Unless there is something he cannot achieve without one. Something his immaterial form precludes. Something requiring an unthinkable amount of ether and a body resilient enough to channel it. If I did not know
Alright, no?
I would think that he meant to cast a spell.
Yeah.
A spell 1,000 years in the making. A spell to end all spells.
That he cannot do it without us. Or without the mother crystals. But if we destroy them all, we will stop not only the blight, but Ultima as well. We stick to the plan then. Only this time,
we face him together.
Well, it's a long walk to Stone here. Let's not keep Ultima waiting.
He could wait. He could wait a little longer. And now we got the power of Odin, and darkness is on our side, and now we got the Gungnir. Again, I'll be ending my steel play here, and we can get more into Odin in my next steel play if I decide to cover Final Fantasy 16, continue forward with it, and finish up the game. Or I might finish my playthrough on a live stream, who knows. Not really doing much else right now, so yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the video. And yeah, this is my steel play on Final Fantasy 16, whether it was good or bad. Hope you guys and gals enjoyed the show. And as always, until my next steel play, thank you all for your views, comments, and subscribes. And like I always say, keep it gaming, keep it safe, and keep it strong. And join me in my next steel play.